Dear colleagues, good morning. I hope you had some rest. I see that we do have quorum of majority of member states required by 40.1 of the rules of procedure, so let us begin without delay as we have a full agenda and very important items that we need to complete today, as it is the final day of the General Assembly. So, as you may recall yesterday, considering item 9, the General Assembly voted on the application of the three-level sanctions. As Sudan was not present in the room at the time of the discussion of the sanctions against it and therefore could not deliver its argument for waiving these sanctions, namely that they have proceeded to pay 500 euros on the morning of the General Assembly, which would make it so that the total amount of its contribution to ICCROM have fallen due and that have not been paid would no longer exceed the amount of the contributions payable by Sudan for the current calendar year and the immediately preceding calendar year. I have received report from the Secretariat that the amount has arrived late afternoon, and therefore Sudan is no longer to be considered sanctioned as per Article 9A of the statutes and is eligible to cast its vote on our items today. Dear delegates, I've taken due note of the discussions yesterday. There was a lot of interventions calling for a revision on Article 9 of the statutes. As explained yesterday, amendments may be submitted by any member state or by Council ahead of time. I trust that the Council at its 99th session on Saturday, that is tomorrow, will consider this question on its agenda and proceed to examine the statutes with a view to present a proposal to amend them at the next session of the General Assembly, if necessary. So, may I ask the delegate of the Dominican Republic if this is agreeable to her, as she has put forward a motion yesterday?
Thank you, Mr. President. It is agreeable. We're going to be working on this issue during the next council meeting and the next ones. Thank you very much. Ay, perdón, es que no estoy acostumbrada a hablar en...
I am not really accustomed to speak Spanish, so I really want to thank you for the possibility of speaking my language, my mother tongue. So I agree with the chair. That is, I think we are going to be working on this topic during the future council meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I would also like to give the floor to the delegate from Sudan, but I would urge you to be brief.
Good morning. I'll try to be brief. I want to thank the General Assembly, and I want to thank all the member states who have voted pro the adjourning of this session yesterday, giving us a chance. And I would also would like to appreciate express my appreciation for the timely and much appreciated support of Switzerland, who acted positively and put the motion forward for us. Thank you, everybody, and thank you so much. And we need to confirm that we always need the support of the General Assembly, and I think it's a good chance for me to be here today, and wish you a very fruitful day, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. With this, let's continue without delay. We will continue with item 13 on our agenda, the report of the ICCROM Council as delivered by the Chairperson of Council for the biennium 2021 to 2023. First, we will listen to the general report on the activities of the Council, and afterwards the audited financial statement 2021 and 2022 will follow, as presented by the external auditor. I suggest that we take comments from delegates at the end of the two presentations. Mr. Chairperson, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I am very pleased to present a report on behalf of Council on the activities, on Council activities during this biennium, the biennium that is 2022 and 2023. What I plan to cover today is what is required of Council, to refresh our memories on that, what Council has accomplished in the biennium that ends in 2023, and a brief look ahead to the next Council. Council was established within the statutes of ICCROM and has sort of a brief list of duties. One is under the topic of the Program of Activities and Budgets, to develop the program in cooperation with the Director General, to submit the program to the General Assembly for approval, to monitor execution of the program, including finances. The next topic that is assigned to Council is regarding new member states, and that is to consider applications and make recommendations. The next topic is regarding the Director General, is in the case of a vacancy to recommend a candidate to General Assembly for appointment. And I will say more about that under item 14. The next task assigned to Council is regarding staffing, is to approve the structure of the Secretariat and the salary scale. Next is regarding financial regulations, to make recommendations to the General Assembly. Council also appoints the external auditor, from whom you will hear next, approves the legal advisor, appoints and approves the legal advisor, other functions as assigned by the General Assembly, and of course, reports to the General Assembly. Unwritten tasks of the Council, and these are very important, equally important, I think, from my 6 years' experience on Council. The unwritten tasks, important tasks of Council, are to support the Director General, particularly in the development of the ICCROM headquarters, and to advise on personnel matters, to administer and support the operation of Council itself, which is not a particularly light task, such as ordinary organizing meetings and seeking consensus. So on the topic of what has Council accomplished during this, the biennium that ends this year, the context for this is that despite our hope that the pandemic is 100% behind us, this biennium was a time of still emerging from the pandemic. So we started in Council started in a fully online mode and has emerged with the Council meeting this week and now with the General Assembly to a fully in-person mode. Though that, it's still not 100%, and we still have, we have the legacy of being online for a long time, and so we are in a mix of modes still coming out of the pandemic. You have heard yesterday of ICCROM's many accomplishments during this biennium. Many of these accomplishments are not exclusive to this biennium, but span the diligent work of the past 6 years, which is the tenure of the current Director General, Dr. Weber-Endora. In this biennium, Council has focused on completing several of the outstanding items on the Marsh-McClellan extended audit, including this week, Council approved an anti-bribery policy and a code of conduct for Council members. Both of these items had been identified in the external audit. Council also noted that now, during its meeting this week, noted that now all of the recommendations of the external audit are either fulfilled or are ongoing processes that are now in place and will continue and will repeat through the coming and future biennia. In light of this accomplishment by Council and the Secretariat, Council voted this week to close out the extended audit. This means that the incoming Director General and the incoming Council has a substantially clean slate regarding the management audit that was commissioned in 2018, and the new Director General can devote energies to new initiatives. The most significant task for the Council during the 2022-2023 biennium was the process of recommending a candidate to General Assembly for the next Director General. I will address the process undertaken by Council and the Council's recommendation under item 15 of the General Assembly's, I believe it's 15, item 14 of the General Assembly's agenda today. Next, looking ahead to the next Council for a moment. The new Council will be a fresh start for ICCROM. As of January 1, 2024, ICCROM will be led by a new Director General. As of today, ICCROM will have a new Council when you vote on the candidates for Council who were introduced yesterday by the Committee on Candidatures. As of tomorrow, Council will elect the 3 officers of its Bureau, its Executive Committee, and at an unusual moment, when no current Bureau members will be candidates for Bureau, that means that your appointments to Council members today is very important for ICCROM's future. What are the important qualities of Council members? From my experience of 6 years on Bureau, the baseline for a Council member, which is also the eligibility criteria, are knowledge and skills in heritage conservation, and this is required in the statutes. Council benefits from broad participation by member states, so I'll ask the delegates to give serious consideration to appointing Council members who represent global heritage with geographical and cultural diversity, and to appoint candidates from member states and global regions that have not previously participated on Council. So please pay attention to these distinctions in choosing among the many candidates. I would note that this is the first time in my experience, my 6 years on Council, that we have had such a really grand list of Council candidates, which I take as a very good reflection on the vitality of ICCROM. The success of Council relies on active participation by its members, so please choose candidates who will be active and responsive participants in Council business, both at in-person meetings and in Council's online discussions and decisions. Passive Council members result in a passive Council, which is a disbenefit for the future of ICCROM. On a personal note, since this is my last opportunity to address you in my role as Chair of Council, I want to thank the U.S. Department of State for nominating me in 2017, and thank my home institution, the National Gallery of Art in Washington, for supporting my participation in ICCROM. Also, I want to thank the Director General, who has been a wonderful colleague to Council in these past 6 years. This has been I think the Director General would agree, this has been a true collaboration between Council, Bureau, and the Director General. And we have had, I think, my estimation, many successes. There's much work to be done, but I think that we have accomplished a lot. I want to thank the ICCROM management team and wish Joe King a wonderful retirement. Thanks to all, and thanks, of course, to all of the dedicated ICCROM staff. And I want to thank my ICCROM Council colleagues with whom I have been associated for 6 years. And a special thanks to my Bureau colleagues during these 6 years: Oliver Martin, Patricia Kell, Michaela Hansen, and Florencia Gear. Together we have faced and accomplished tough tasks, always seriously and thoughtfully, with the goal of benefiting ICCROM and the global heritage community. That concludes my remarks. I would, Mr. President, if anyone has any questions about Council's activities in the last biennium, I would be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for your report. I now invite Mr. Francesco Lucca to present the audited financial statements for 2021 and 2022. Please, you have the floor.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you. I don't know if the slide. Okay. Okay, thank you. Good morning. I'm very honored to be here, and thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity to represent my company. We've been nominated. Now maybe if better if you slide. Yeah, thank you. Okay. We have been nominated external auditors of ICCROM since financial statement of 2020, so it is our third year of audit on the ICCROM. I am a senior manager, an audit senior manager from Italy of EY, and of course I work with a team. So we work with a team during these years with a strong collaboration with the company. So I'm here to represent which was our audit approach and what are our results for the 21-22 financial statements. Okay, so we prepare our report according to EISA 800. So according to the special purpose financial statements, our report has been issued on the 5th of April 2023 and 2022 for respectively for the financial statement as at 2022 and 2021. This audit opinion has been issued with a clean opinion. So meaning that no findings have been raised on the financial statements of the entity. During these 2 years, we approached to the ICCROM financial statement with a multi-plane approach. So our audit is not only on the numbers of the entity, but we are concentrated on several points of the entity and of the organization. First of all, our approach is relating to the processes and controls that management put in place in order to intercept any risk. So our analysis first is based on the identification and on the assessment of the risk that may impact the ICCROM financial statements. Of course, the analysis of risk is also based on the analysis of the internal control for the ICCROM, so that the ICCROM put in place in order to intercept and to face those risks. This analysis, this is just a calendar of our activity and how the analysis, how the activities are organized throughout the year. What is important here is that thanks to the ICCROM management, thanks to the ICCROM organization, we are in a position where all the points or all the events are intercepted during the year. So despite of our physical presence to the ICCROM site, we are aligned throughout the year in order to intercept and to face what are the risks and what are the impact on the financial statement. So I would like to underline this point because it is an important point that we had the possibility to organize during these 2 years. As I said, the audit strategy is based on the identification of what are the significant classes of transaction for the for the entity. So we identified these classes of transactions. So as said, our approach is based on the analysis and on the understanding of the controls and the processes that the ICCROM uses in order to form what is the financial statement, what are the fact of business during the year. So we used to identify some classes of transaction that are reported here. So the contribution process, meaning the process related to the order to cash. What is the procurement process, meaning the procure to pay. Then we tested the payroll process, the payroll process, there is a typo here, the treasury process, and then the financial statement closing process. According to the size of the entity and according to our methodology, we did not test all the controls over the company over the entity, as our audit opinion is not based on the internal control system. So we did not express an opinion specific on the internal control system, but we used that control in order to create reliance on our processes. So we made the Walter test. And we made also ITGC. Now I'm going to explain what ITGC stands for, don't worry. So our Walter test expressed that report that the internal control system for the entity has a good size and is well organized. So we had the chance to put reliance on it. So the analysis of the internal control system, meaning all the processes and all the controls that had a significant impact on significant accounts of the financial statements, is well structured and has no inconsistency based on our analysis, based on our activity. Then, as I said, we performed some specific tests on the SAP, meaning the ERP that use the entity. And we performed the ITGC, stands for IT General Controls. The IT General Controls, of course, have been processed by a specialized team, some of our specialists from EY that are specialized on the IT testing. And the IT have been tested from several perspectives, meaning the IT operation, meaning what is the structure of the IT. If it is well structured, it is well protected from also a cybersecurity point of view. Then we tested the manage access and the manage change. So how the entity manage the access to the system and how the entity manage any change to the SAP. All this tested conducted to a final opinion where the ITGC have been effective. So we had the chance to use the SAP as an effective application that helps and supports our audit considerations. Last, we performed some tests, some specific analysis on the entity level control, meaning the management, meaning the member of the councils that participated actively to the business of the entity. And this test reports an opinion where we made reliance on the ethical behavior and on the ethical presence of these members. The tests are several and embrace many kind of activities from our perspective, meaning aspect of from anti-money laundering, from the curriculum of this person on what is the behavior of this person during the years, so in this case during the biennia. I have to underline at this stage that the collaboration that we found in ICCROM is very significant, is very important, and help us in building this climate of collaboration that helped during this biennia. My presence here, I think that it is the representation of this collaboration and the transparency that have been created and that help us anticipating the issue and discussing together. So I think this is the most important part of our approach. Okay, that's fine. If you have any question, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us here today and delivering this presentation. I will now open the floor for any questions or comments regarding both reports. Please. Yeah, this is the time. So I don't see any interventions. So are there any objections to adopt the report? Find the report adopted. As we are very early now, we are discussing how to manage the items in the agenda, so please bear with us for a moment. Okay, dear delegates, we will continue. We have now arrived to item 14, appointment of the next Director General. In accordance with Rule 64.1 of the Rules of Procedures, the General Assembly shall consider the nomination of the Office of Director General and the draft contract submitted by its Council at a closed meeting. Only the members of those delegations entitled to vote and the necessary members of the Secretariat may remain in the closed session. I therefore announce that we are passing on to a closed. So, dear delegates, Dear delegates and dear colleagues, the General Assembly has met in the closed session and considered the nomination for the Officer of Director General and the draft contract submitted by Council with vote by secret ballot as required by Rule 64.1 of the Rules of Procedure. The results of the voting are as follows. Number of valid votes are 81. Number of yes votes, 68. Number of no votes are 6. Number of abstentions are 7. I therefore declare that the General Assembly accepts the nomination and appoints Aruna Francesca Maria Gujral as the next Director General of ICCROM for a term of 4 years beginning on the 1st of January 2024. I now invite the Director General-elect to address the General Assembly. Please, Madam, you have the floor.
Good morning. Professor Ola Wetterberg, President of the 33rd Session of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, distinguished members and delegates, I am profoundly honored to speak to you today, and I'm truly grateful for your trust and confidence in me. You have given me a great responsibility and a great opportunity, and I'm really eager to work closely with all of you to advance ICCROM's mission and, building on the good work of my predecessors, make ICCROM stronger and better. It will be my paramount priority to ensure that the preservation, protection, and celebration of cultural heritage in all its forms play a more prominent role in the national and international agenda and in the quest to fulfill the SDGs by 2030 and beyond. But I cannot achieve this alone. I need your support, your guidance, and your involvement. Together, we can make ICCROM a more effective, efficient, inclusive, and relevant organization that better serves the evolving needs of its members. In the coming years, ICCROM can and should leverage its strength as an intergovernmental organization and, through the convening power of its 137 members, ensure that cultural heritage issues, emerging challenges, and concerns are debated and addressed at global level, while providing more concrete support, tools, capacities, knowledge, skills, advices, and assistance to respond to specific national needs with localized solutions on the ground. Cultural heritage in all its forms, it is not a separate issue. It is not a niche topic. It is part of the bigger sustainable development agenda. As such, its preservation, protection, and celebration should not be approached in a siloed way, but should be seen as essential components of an integrated and systems thinking approach where synergetic development actions can generate a positive knock-on effect in our countries and in our communities. To achieve this, ICCROM needs to be part of the global conversation and have a place at the table at all relevant international, regional, and national fora, processes, platforms, and frameworks. ICCROM needs to work with other interconnected sectors and actors and collaborate with key partners. ICCROM needs to be fit for purpose and unlock its untapped potential. Dear members, cultural and natural heritage, their management, preservation, conservation, protection, and safeguarding need to be widely acknowledged as accelerators of progress, well-being, and growth, and as vital drivers for economic, social, and environmental sustainability for our communities, our people, and our planet. Countries are currently facing multiple substantial shocks: economic crisis, food insecurity, climate change, biodiversity loss, conflict, instability, migration, just to mention a few. While promoting the preservation and safeguarding of cultural and natural heritage, we can contribute to concretely address these challenges, provide solutions, and trigger multiple benefits at national, local, and community levels. Sense of belonging, social integration, social cohesion, economic opportunities, resilience to natural shocks and man-made disasters, inclusivity, and stability, among others. It is clear that cultural and natural heritage are at the heart of sustainable development, and it is clear that their preservation deserves greater attention, greater political commitment, and greater resources. To translate words into concrete actions, my plan for the next years as the new Director General of ICCROM has 5 mutually reinforcing and interdependent objectives. First, ensure that ICCROM and the preservation, protection, and celebration of cultural heritage in all its forms play a greater role and have a more relevant presence in the Sustainable Development Agenda and in the global sphere. Second, grow ICCROM's strategic partnership with government counterparts, key multilateral organizations, as well as with regional, national, and local partners and institutions. Third, expand collaboration, exchanges, transfer, and knowledge sharing across regions and among countries. Fourth, boost ICCROM's programs, projects, activities, and assistance on the ground. Fifth, increase ICCROM's budget and resources. As you know, ICCROM relies on 2 main sources of funding: assessed contribution from members and voluntary contribution from donors and partners. Both sources are essential for ICCROM's sustainability and effectiveness. However, both sources are modest and unpredictable, while costs have increased due to inflation, exchange rates, and operational demands. Voluntary contribution, in particular, have been fluctuating. This makes it difficult to plan ahead and ensure continuity, replicability, and scalability of meaningful programs. This situation also prevents ICCROM's limited capacity to seize new opportunities and address the new challenges that arise, and to timely support you, our members, in the preservation and protection of your cultural and natural heritage. So, it will be my priority to scale up ICCROM's flagship programs and activities, to seek new funding opportunities, and to strengthen ICCROM's partnership and networks, all while increasing efficiency, accountability, transparency, and delivery. Corporate and tailored rebranding, advocacy, communication, and outreach will be key to make the most of our collective efforts. In the next strategic planning cycle, we should be guided by strengthened strategic direction and objectives, and a boosted program of activities and budget. This should be spearheaded by a robust program portfolio with more ambitious programmatic and resource mobilization targets to be met. All this underpinned by streamlined operational modalities and, overall, a more agile and effective business model, both from a compliance and a performance viewpoint. I will make every effort to ensure that ICCROM operates based on a more bottom-up and participatory approach, with greater focus on key thematic priority areas. We will also need a stronger decentralized network on the ground to be closer to your priorities and concerns and ensure a greater engagement of the local people and of the local communities. Distinguished members and delegates, as the new Director General, I am committed to making ICCROM more fit for the purpose and fit for the future, more strategic, dynamic, and innovative. I will be fully devoted to creating a conducive, inclusive, and productive working environment based on mutual trust and open dialogue, both for the members and for the staff. But, as I said, I cannot achieve this alone. I will count on your advices, your recommendations, your guidance, and your new ideas to make ICCROM's missions, programs, activities, and assistance even more relevant for your countries and for your communities. Your Excellencies, thank you again for your trust and confidence in me. I am ready and eager to serve as the 11th Director General of ICCROM, and I really look forward to working closely with all of you to co-create a new direction for ICCROM and to transform together our aspirations into concrete actions for people, planet, and prosperity. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, and congratulations on your appointment. We trust that you will lead our organizations efficiently, building on the excellent work of your predecessor in strengthening ICCROM. So, okay, we will now take a short break and resume our work at noon. That is to say, 12 o'clock. Could we ask everybody that's present to be seated?
Oh, no, that's not me. Oh, sorry.
Please, everybody that's here present, be seated. Dear colleagues, I would like to invite, so we read, Vice President of the General Assembly to preside over our meeting during the next item of our agenda. Please, Zoe.
Thank you, everybody. I'll just give you a moment to settle. We're just discussing a small item, but continue to get settled and we will progress very quickly. Thank you. Dear delegates, lovely to see everybody here today. Let us proceed without any further delay for our next item, which is the election of members to ICCROM Council. As is customary, this item will take place in a closed session. Only the members of those delegations entitled to vote and the necessary members of the Secretariat may remain in the closed session. I therefore announce that we are passing to a closed session and invite the heads of delegation and one alternate from the delegations entitled to vote to remain in the room. I request everyone else to leave the room except for those members of staff who will be assisting us in the vote. And I also request that the webcast be suspended until I announce that we go back to a public meeting. So I ask those members who do not need to remain in the room, please to take leave of the room now. Thank you. I'll give you a few minutes to do that.
The Council, I would like to invite Dr. Director General to present this item. Dr. Andorra, you may have the floor.
Good afternoon. The program and budget was sent to all members, I think 60 days ago, and we have not received any reaction to it. But let me just give you a few comments before we have a summary of the budget from Sir Lewis. In the last biennium of the 2018 to 2025 strategic cycle, ICCROM will consolidate the achievements of the past 6 years, dedicated to addressing the world concerns for cultural heritage, creating a diverse and inclusive global network, and strengthening and transforming the organization for the future. The latter includes a restructured, a rebranded, and a digitally transformed ICCROM that works more transparent and effectively, has a strong presence, and provides enhanced services to all its member states. In preparation for this strategic cycle, we will evaluate the outcomes of our programs and activities in the 2018 to 2025 period. And the Secretariat will work closely with ICCROM Council to support the development of strategic directions and objectives for 2025 to 2031. Our success can only be achieved by teaming up with governments and institutions, identifying new trajectories for partnership, and answering to present and future needs. This requires a strong focus, clear goals, and an agile and streamlined Secretariat able to meet the challenges and aspirations of our member states. Thanks to ICCROM's one-of-a-kind, international, multidisciplinary, and I should emphasize multicultural approach that leaves no one behind. And thanks to the dedication of staff and Council we are up to the task. The budget scenario for the biennium reflects the post-COVID global economic uncertainty, taking a conservative approach to responsibly address these challenges. With increasing operational costs, the amount of regular budget available for program activity is significantly reduced, jeopardizing their successful implementation if additional resources are not mobilized. As always, ICCROM will strive to fulfill the ambitions expressed by its member states. Nevertheless, I would like to urge all member states to increase support and collaboration regarding ICCROM's work and beyond the regular contribution. As I did indicate earlier on, there are several member states who have already indicated their contributions and are helping ICCROM to implement some of these programs, and will continue doing so. At this stage, let me call Ze Lewis to present the budget for 2023 to 2024 to 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General. Distinguished delegates. Next, please. The program of activities and budget for the next biennium reflects ICCROM's commitment to continue strengthening its global leadership in promoting and conserving heritage. It stems from the strategic direction established by Council, the current cycle of which concludes in 2025. In that sense, the next program will seek to consolidate ICCROM's achievements since 2018. We will also evaluate the outcomes of our activities during the last 6-year period, demonstrating the relevance of ICCROM's work to member states and collecting meaningful data for ongoing improvements. In preparation for the next strategic cycle, the Secretariat will work closely with the ICCROM Council to support the development of new strategic directions and objectives. This will include sharing insights gained during the implementation of the current cycle and unpacking the results of our foresight studies, which identify desirable future outcomes for ICCROM and heritage. The program of activities is strategically aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations Agenda 2030. In this decade of action, ICCROM is committed to demonstrating and enhancing the role of heritage conservation as an enabler and catalyst of equitable, sustainable development. Strategic partnerships with member states and international organizations are essential for the successful implementation of proposed activities. ICCROM will work closely with regional and international partners to create meaningful synergies and maximize impact. Next, please. The program of activities is articulated through 5 interconnected components. Flagship programs represent ICCROM's main effort to develop capacity internationally through large-scale and intersectoral initiatives, including integrated training, the provision of meaningful tools and resources, awareness raising, and policy guidance. Prospective activities are smaller-scale initiatives aimed at exploring new approaches and topics and collecting evidence to guide the development of future programs. Training partnerships are a suite of courses co-organized with member states to address jointly identified areas for capacity development. Knowledge sharing, research, and advice support innovation and respond to contemporary needs of member states. Finally, strengthening ICCROM focuses on making the organization more modern, efficient, and effective to enhance its impact. These 5 components they share cross-cutting goals, and their interconnection creates opportunities for increased collaboration between ICCROM and member states. In the next biennium, ICCROM will continue to strengthen its outcomes-focused planning and performance evaluation efforts to effectively report progress towards the strategic directions and objectives. The program of activities includes key performance indicators, as well as specific outcomes and measurable targets for each activity to track our progress. The following slides present an overview of how the program of activities for the next biennium will address our 3 strategic directions, which you can see here on screen, and their respective objectives. Just as a reminder, under each strategic direction, there are 3 strategic objectives. Next, please. From climate-related disasters to protracted conflicts and insecurity, we are witnessing a rise in the scale and frequency of humanitarian crises around the globe. To address this world concern and support communities to protect their heritage in times of crisis, ICCROM will continue implementing its dedicated flagship program on first aid and resilience for cultural heritage in times of crisis, FAR. The integrated activities envisaged for the next biennium will focus on strengthening interdisciplinary and intersectoral collaboration to build capacity on disaster risk reduction, climate action, and peace building, as well as providing technical assistance to member states for complex emergency response. Next, please. The World Heritage Leadership Flagship Program will also contribute through training and technical assistance to support resilient and adaptive management of world heritage, integrating disaster risk management and climate change adaptation. The Sustainability and Built Heritage Initiative will deliver training on post-disaster and conflict recovery of built heritage, and on built heritage conservation with focus on climate action. The regional programs for Latin America and the Caribbean and for the Arab region will also address disaster risk management. Next, please. The second strategic objective is dedicated to supporting Africa's cultural heritage. ICCROM's Youth Heritage Africa flagship program is dedicated entirely to address this objective. It empowers and connects young heritage leaders through innovative initiatives to make their heritage a source of economic and social opportunity. In the next biennium, the program will deliver integrated training through courses and workshops on heritage conservation and management for young African professionals. It will establish a network of universities and training institutions for heritage studies. It will continue supporting cultural entrepreneurship and establishing heritage hubs, which are knowledge-based innovation centers across the continent. Next, please. The ATAR flagship program for the conservation and management of archaeological, architectural, and tangible heritage in the Arab region contributes directly to this strategic objective by supporting Arab member states in Africa. For the next biennium, ATAR will continue building capacities through its master's program and other training initiatives, sharing knowledge and acknowledging excellence in conservation throughout the region. Next, please. The next strategic objective is to foster emerging issues of cultural heritage and conservation. The focus for the next biennium will be on nature-culture interlinkages, digital heritage, sustainability, strategic foresight, and valuing cultural capital. Next, please. The World Heritage Leadership Program will continue to support World Heritage sites in defining and adopting best management practices, linking natural and cultural heritage via a place-based approach. The activities for the biennium include training and new resources on topics such as people, nature, culture, and heritage impact assessment. The Panorama Nature Culture thematic community will be further strengthened to showcase practices and lessons learned from heritage places around the world. Networking events will be organized to promote better conservation and management practices for culture and nature through the work of the World Heritage Convention. Next, please. One back, please. In our digital world, some of the resources that we create and share are inevitably becoming a growing corpus of digital heritage that needs to be preserved and made accessible. To build capacity and provide meaningful strategies and tools to do so, ICCROM's Sustaining Digital Heritage initiative will provide hybrid training, cohort-based learning, awareness-raising webinars and workshops, and strategic cross-sectoral partnerships. Next, please. ICCROM's Our Collections Matter and Sustainability and Build Heritage initiatives will center conservation and management of movable and immovable heritage within a sustainable development framework, enabling the sector to make a stronger contribution to the United Nations Agenda 2030. This will be achieved through courses and workshops, field projects, new tools, intersectoral exchanges, and awareness raising. Next, please. In the next biennium, our research efforts will focus on strategic foresight to identify and respond to priority emerging issues in heritage conservation. Research initiatives will also look at heritage social and well-being impacts. This will be implemented through international surveys and expert workshops, awareness raising, and dissemination of results through publications and participation in relevant fora. Next, please. Under strategic direction number 2, ICCROM will continue to foster a diverse and inclusive global network for sustaining and enhancing heritage and associated communities. This includes training partnerships with member states aimed at developing capacity at local, regional, and international levels to address relevant challenges and opportunities for different types of heritage in different parts of the world. At least 9 of such training partnerships will be implemented in the next biennium in collaboration with and thanks to the general support of China, Japan, Mexico, Norway, and the Republic of Korea. By providing a unique global platform for knowledge sharing in different languages across disciplines and cultures, and by integrating local expertise and traditional knowledge wherever appropriate, in close collaboration with member states, ICCROM will remain at the forefront of capacity building in heritage conservation. Next, please. ICCROM's leadership and innovation will be further strengthened by the launch of its learning management system in 2024 as part of our ongoing digital transformation. This new platform will enable the delivery of online courses as well as blended training components, providing novel and exciting learning opportunities. Next, please. Capacity building is also supported by the ICCROM Library and Archives, which offer access to a wealth of up-to-date knowledge and documentary resources on heritage conservation in multiple languages and formats. This includes books and journals in 72 languages, conservation and restoration study materials, historical records, heritage samples, archives, and more. The provision of services by the library and archives is being strengthened by the progressive digitization and wider online accessibility of their collections. Next, please. Recognizing that communities are the beating heart of heritage, ICCROM will enhance their engagement by promoting people-centered approaches throughout its activities in the next biennium. We will continue to foster the engagement of the international professional community through our internship and fellowship programs, benefiting both emerging professionals and researchers. In the next biennium, we will have at least 6 researchers from 6 member states undertaking fellowships and 20 interns from 15 member states undertaking placements at ICCROM. Furthermore, at least 30 participants from 15 member states will receive scholarships to participate in ICCROM courses thanks to the general support of China. Next, please. The Secretariat will proactively engage with relevant audience to raise awareness about heritage conservation at all levels, across all programs and activities. This includes participating in professional and policy meetings, media campaigns, special advocacy events, and organizing honorary awards. Next, please. Moving on to the third strategic direction, ICCROM's unique position as a leading knowledge-based organization will be reinforced with other international organizations through strategic partnerships and technical support. For the next biennium, this includes ICCROM's advisory role in the World Heritage Convention and collaborations with UNESCO, IUCN, ICOMOS, ICOM, IIC, IFLA, Interpol, the African Union, and the European Union, among others. Next, please. The Partnership and Communication Unit will foster the expansion of partnerships through targeted communication, matching partners' interests with ICCROM's priority areas of work and identifying new strategic partners from the heritage sector and beyond. The Secretariat will continue to work to increase the number of member states by proactively engaging professionals and government representatives at international fora, by undertaking exploratory missions and media campaigns. Next, please. ICCROM will work to the best of its capacity to respond to member states' requests in a timely and effective manner, including the provision of technical advice and information, crisis response support, and implementation of projects upon request, such as the REORG National Initiative for the Reorganization of Museum Storage. Next, please. Our achievements will be promoted through media channels, as well as participation of the Secretariat in relevant international meetings. An updated and digital-friendly brand identity will help consolidate and enhance ICCROM's visibility. The outcomes of the 2018 and 2025 strategic cycle will be evaluated and shared, providing compelling evidence to demonstrate ICCROM's impact and benefits to member states. Resource mobilization strategy and initiatives will continue to be updated to reflect ICCROM's present and future needs, with particular focus on increasing our donor base. Last but not least, ICCROM will continue to strengthen its human and financial resources management for improved performance and accountability. For the next biennium, this will include ongoing and new initiatives for strategic workforce planning, performance evaluation, personal data protection, gender equality planning, green practices or greener practices, and enterprise resource management. Next, please. Altogether, the program for the next biennium will deliver a diversity of complementary activities reaching thousands of heritage professionals, decision makers, and communities. It will operationalize ICCROM's strategic directions and support member states to conserving and promoting cultural heritage in all its forms, everywhere in the world, for the benefit of all people. Here on screen, you can see the minimum amounts of activities and initiatives that are listed in the program of activities. But as usual, as we mobilize more resources, the number of such initiatives will grow. Next, please. One back. The total budget envelope for the biennium equals 16,898,582 euros. The amounts corresponding to member states' assessed contributions, voluntary contributions in hand, and funds to be raised are indicated separately here in this graph. Regular contributions by member states correspond to 49% of the total budget. For the remaining 51%, ICCROM has about 6.5 million of voluntary contributions already committed, with the remaining 2.1 million to be fundraised for programs implementation, which represents a funding gap of about 12.5% of the total budget. Several member states have already joined our collective efforts for the next biennium through generous voluntary contributions or in-kind contributions. As a result, ICCROM will be able to sustain the offer of meaningful capacity development opportunities around the world. And once again, for that, we thank Australia, Canada, China, Ecuador, France, Italy, Japan, Mexico, Monaco, the Netherlands, Norway, the Republic of Korea, Saudi Arabia, Spain, Switzerland, the United Arab Emirates, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the United States of America for their special support. The support of member states through secondments is equally essential. We wish to thank Japan for their long-standing collaboration in this area and those members like the United Arab Emirates who have already committed to do the same. We hope that other member states will follow suit. We also thank Norway and Switzerland for providing voluntary contributions for staff positions. We invite all member states to continue to support ICCROM in this journey to transform our world through heritage and its conservation. Together, we can do more. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Pedersoli and Director General, for this thorough presentation. I will now open up the floor for comments from the floor. Please. I give the floor to the United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor, and Director General Endoro. It is an honor to represent the United States again on this second day of the General Assembly. The United States continues to appreciate the urgent need to safeguard cultural heritage from conflict, climate change, and other threats. That is why we remain so invested in ICCROM and why we are supporting Phase 1 of ICCROM's Ukraine appeal. We note with satisfaction ICCROM's proposed heritage management plan in Latin America and the Caribbean, with an emphasis on disaster risk management. No stranger to the devastating and costly impacts of tropical cyclones on communities and their cultural heritage in the Western Hemisphere, the United States sees great promise and value in a regional approach to disaster planning and risk reduction that takes into account the region's unique heritages, capacities, and constraints. Thank you.
Very much. Did I see correct that China was asking for the floor? So I give the floor to China.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. We appreciate the Secretariat's inclusion of the NCHA. That means China National Cultural Heritage Administration and ICCROM collaborative annual training workshop into the program of activities and budget for 2024 and 2025, as proposed by China. However, China has twice proposed to incorporate China National Cultural Heritage Administration as the host and China Academy of Cultural Heritage as the organizer for the training program into ICCROM's partnership framework. But the proposal has yet to be adopted. So ICCROM is a partner that China values. We hope that the Secretariat would pay attention to this issue and take measures to address it. Thank you.
Thank you. We will come back to comments. So I give the floor to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Just thanking all the team at ICCROM for this very amazing, productive year. We just want to emphasize on the support and the partnership between Saudi Arabia, represented by Ministry of Culture, Heritage Commission, and ICCROM, especially in capacity building programs. We have been experiencing very successful relation. We have conducted many programs inside Saudi Arabia, outside Saudi Arabia, with the technical support and the management from ICCROM. And we are in the process of proposing a larger scale capacity building programs where we think we are able and ready to help, and of course we learn from each other, and we're happy to support any state member for capacity building through the foundation that we built already in the Ministry of Culture Heritage Commission. Thank you very much.
I would like to give the floor to Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to pose a question to the Secretariat concerning the last few years, or even more. We consider the question of the transformation of large cities and countryside. Their transformation towards a more sustainable, renewable energy future, given climate change. I think globally there's a large debate on how to transform these habitats, this built heritage, and I would like to know where and how ICCROM is participating in this transformation. I mean, urban transformation worldwide, and how ICCROM finds its role in this large debate in which we are talking about innovative approaches of coping with the structure in a more global way. Consider the global UNESCO declaration and the Davos initiative launch and the urban agenda in Europe and other similar actions globally around this aspect. So I would like to know how these questions fit into programs of activity.
Would like to invite Director General to answer questions.
Yeah, first of all, let me thank the US and Saudi for their comments. And let me start with China. We have incorporated a lot of the ideas which we have had from China. I can assure you that we, as late as last week, we were cooperating with institutions in China for a training program. So maybe we need to just articulate it much more, but that is happening. The issue of landscapes and which Switzerland is articulating, I think we are trying as much as we can to incorporate it within our built heritage training courses, but also in sustainability. But I'll ask Louis to elaborate a little bit, but I know that this is something which the Built Heritage training course has been talking about, and that we need to incorporate these ideas into that training course. Louis?
Thank you, Director General, and thanks the distinguished delegate for the question. So as the Director General indicated, so these issues of built heritage and sustainability are mainly targeted by the Sustainability and Built Heritage Initiative. As mentioned, that we'll be looking at adaptation and greener developments. Of course, it has to be further shaped, but it's a focus point there for the program for the biennium, as well as in the specific context of the World Heritage, where applicable. So the World Heritage Program will also be looking at these issues of climate adaptation and transformation of the built landscape, built environment. Hope that answers the question. Thank you.
I would give the floor to Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I saw regarding the presentation of José that there is a specific reference to the reorg program, and I think this is an inspiring idea that were developed recently. I would like to know whether there will be a budget dedicated to the continuation of these courses that are extremely important for world museums.
Give the word to Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank ICCROM for the report on program on activities and the budget. And we note the African Youth Program that is being undertaken, and it's Kenya sees that this is a very useful initiative, and it's benefiting the youth who are the majority of the population. Kenya requests that emphasis continue towards in its implementation, and this will continue to benefit the youth and we will call upon more support from other member states towards this initiative. Thank you so much.
I give the floor to France.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to go back to the question posed by our Swiss colleague, because I think that in the reply given, perhaps there's a lack of understanding. I think that the question asked by our colleague didn't relate to the landscape, but concerned the adaptation of buildings, if I understood it correctly, the adaptation of buildings to climate change. We know that for historical heritage, for everything that relates to quality heritage, we need to embellish them, but this poses important problems, aesthetics, materials to be used, etc. This also calls into question the situation for the construction of use of new materials such as earth and wood. Now, in addition to the question asked by the Swiss colleague, I would like to know whether ICCROM is working with institutions in order to contribute to the reflection that will concern large cities, medium-sized cities, but also the heritage of countryside and small cities and so small towns. Thank you, Mr. President.
So, thank you. I give the word to the Director General.
Let me go back to the issue which France and Switzerland are raising. I don't think I can give the details of, this is what is happening, but certainly in our Built Heritage and Sustainable Development initiative, we do work on adaptation and things like that. In terms of working with certain cities and all that, we haven't done that. It's something which we could look at if the funds permit. But certainly in our training course, we look at adaptation as one of the modules in that initiative. Then the issue of Portugal. Yeah, the issue of reorg has been going on very much for some time now. And of course, we always react to initiatives from different countries when they ask us to do the courses. I think Gael has been doing that as well as part of ICCROM. And the initiative, if it comes from a specific country, then that country has to fund that. At the moment, we don't have funds to do a reorg course like the other flagship courses, and I want to appeal to you to say that if we can get the funding, we will be able to initiate a reorg again. It is a very popular training course with different countries, and a number of countries ask us to do that, and we implement with them. Certainly, it's one course which I think, given funding, ICCROM should be able to implement and run with it with different countries.
Okay, I would like to give the floor to the Netherlands.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Netherlands would like to express its admiration for the program of the next biennium, but especially on two things that I think will also earn more more years of work after the biennium has finished. At one level, we are very, very happy with the many translations that have been done of the publications by ICCROM. Because as we all know, for the knowledge to be effective and to have a real impact in heritage practice, it has to be translated for the people in their own language. The same goes for the digitization. I see the first e-learning courses appearing. This means that the knowledge will arrive where it is most needed, on the floor where cultural heritage is cherished and cared for. And on the other side, I'm very happy to see the foresight studies taking place and bearing the first fruits. And we have always, as the Netherlands, supported this role for ICCROM. And I'm very looking forward to see what the foresight studies will contribute to the strategic directions for the years after 2026. So thank you very much.
I think just to say that with translations, this is something which we have tried to do. Again, I just want to say that, yes, there are quite a number of demands from different countries and all that, but we also have to rationalize it with the budget we have. And that's why you find that some courses would do them because somebody is funding it, right? It would be nice for us to have enough budget to say, let's reply to the interests of all member states and do this. But I think we have to rationalize somewhere, somehow, so that we are more effective in perhaps addressing issues from more member states.
Yeah, and next I give the floor to representative from Sweden.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished delegates of the Assembly. The Swedish delegation would like to express our appreciation to ICCROM and its work under the leadership of Mr. Weber-Ndoro. And ahead, we would especially like to thank ICCROM for recognizing the digital imperative as one of the most important prospect themes for cultural heritage protection, promotion, and development ahead. At the present, digital heritage is expanding in an exponential rate. The way culture is created, shared, learned, and inherited, and lived is changing. It is transforming. So well done on connecting the digital transformation to sustainability, where openness and access has to be balanced with security and safeguarding in times of crisis. So we are keenly following the development of all the flagship programs and prospect activities of ICCROM and look forward to even more synergy between the programs and activities since digitality connects them all. So ICCROM's openly accessible resources and lectures and workshops is also an incredible work that is posing as an example for all our national work that is done promoting cultural heritage. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Colombia.
Yo quería hacer un momento al tema anterior sobre el esfuerzo que hace ICCROM con la ayuda de sponsors por expandir las lenguas de interpretación y de trabajo.
And in fact, I believe that my country, Colombia, besides Mexico, we have 52 Spanish-speaking citizens. So this is the second country where Spanish is most spoken, and language is also a heritage. It has been recognized by Spain for the quality of our language, the integrity and the level of our translations, for the level of our writers and literature, and also for the coverage that we provide to the language from Castilla that we have received and inherited 5 centuries ago. So I share the views with my Spanish colleagues that we are contributing to the Kingdom of Spain. We are also serving the tradition of the Spanish language, so that this is a global language, Spanish, and it is the unofficial language of the United Nations. It's present in ICCROM, Latin American, the Caribbean, of course, Spain. And so it's really the outcome of this melting pot of cultures, So this is just to sort of set the scenes of Colombia that we support. The fact of including our language, the Spanish language, as a working language for interpretation, just as the other two languages are. Thank you.
So, thank you. I don't see any more people on the list of speakers. So therefore, I think we can proceed to adopt the draft decision. I would like to ask the Secretariat to project the draft decision for item 19 onto the screen. We're now moving on to the vote on the program of activities and budget for 2024-2025, and we are now beginning the voting process, so it's time to take out your voting cards. I ask you to raise your voting card if you vote yes, that you are in favor of adopting the draft decision.
Mr. Speaker, if I could raise a point of order.
Yes.
It is impossible to read the draft resolution, and so I would respectfully ask that you read it out to us so we know what we're voting on. Thank you.
I can do it if you'd like. It is in the document, however, at the end of the document, indeed. But if you would like, I can go back and read it.
Do you still want us to read it out?
Given that many of my colleagues are prepared to vote, I'm willing to forgo it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are still in a voting position, so please keep your voting cards in the air until it's been possible to count. Thank you. I now ask all those voting no, that is against the adoption of the draft decision, to raise their voting card. And finally, I ask all those abstaining to raise their voting card. Thank you. Yeah, there were no abstentions and no. So by a vote of 73, I now declare the program of activities and budget for 2024 to 25 adopted. So let's proceed with our agenda. Just let me have 1 minute before we go on. So we are we're still waiting for some voting results, so we will move on to item 20 on our agenda. And without any further delay, I invite Dan Joe King to deliver his report on the relationships with the host country, Italy.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to ask your indulgence, and I'm going to make the presentation from here rather than going and standing up at the podium, just because it'll be easier if you don't mind. I've been asked to make a brief report on the relations with our host country, Italy. And you have a document already, which is document GA 33/20.1. And that is the document that I will be reporting on this afternoon. The host country document is divided roughly into three parts. There is a report on the premises. There is a report on the maintenance contribution, and there is a report on cooperation with Italian institutions. I'm going to start, I'm not going to go in that order, however, I'm going to start first with a brief point on the maintenance contribution, because in fact it's actually the quickest, I would say, of the three points, and so we can dispense with it relatively quickly. As you may remember, according to our host country agreement, the host country provides for the maintenance of the headquarters in Rome, and I'm very pleased to report that the 2022 maintenance contribution, so last year's maintenance contribution from the Italian government, increased by approximately 40% over the previous years. And this increase of 40% brings it now in line with the actual costs of the maintenance and security of the building at Via di San Michele. So we are extremely grateful to the Italian government for this increase, and actually we are now in the process of liaising with them for this year's maintenance contribution, but we expect it to. We expect that discussion to go on positively. So that's the first thing, and I'd really like to first take the opportunity to thank the Italian government for that additional funding for the maintenance contribution. The second area is in regard to the premises, and I would like to report to you on progress since previous General Assemblies. As you may recall, there was a proposal, an earlier proposal to the General Assembly for ICCROM to move to the premises of the Biblioteca Nazionale here in Rome, to the National Library. But the council examined that proposal, and then the General Assembly looked at it, and a request was made to the Italian government to re-examine that proposal and to reconsider instead of going to the Biblioteca Nazionale, to keeping the premises at the complex of San Francesco a Ripa, which is down the road from our current premises at Via di San Michele. Following the General Assembly, discussions began again between the Italian government and ICCROM, but given changing circumstances, ICCROM was informed that we would only be able to take occupancy of the ground floor and the second floor of the San Francesco a Ripa complex, but not the first floor. And so there was, again, some additional discussion about whether there was a sufficient amount of space for the activities of ICCROM. And so essentially what happened is that the Director General made a proposal back to the Italian government, which was that rather than moving to San Francesco a Ripa, that it might be more efficient, and it might actually be in ICCROM's interest and in the government's interest for us to actually remain in our current premises at Via di San Michele 13, and then to try to organize works around our work in the organization. Just to remind everybody again, there's some structural issues at Via di San Michele 13, which was actually the beginning of the discussion to begin with. But what the Director General proposed, and what the Italian government actually agreed to, was that it might very easily, or I won't say easily, but it might very well be possible to carry out works on Via di San Michele 13 around the work of ICCROM, so maintaining its headquarters in the premises, but that it would be possible to do some of the work around the work that needed to be carried out on on the renovation, let's say, of the building. So this proposal was agreed to by the Italian authorities, and work has begun in developing a plan to carry out the necessary structural works and to upgrade the facilities while ICCROM remains at the Via di San Michele premises. So to inform the General Assembly at this point in time, a technical working group was set up at the beginning of this past year, and it includes a number of ICCROM staff, and it also includes engineers and architects and others from the Ministry of Culture. And this working group has been meeting as needed since about February of last year. So where are we now? Well, at this point in time, I'm happy to say that in December of 2022, there was let's say, a further structural investigation to verify previous structural analyses that have been carried out in the past, and a report has been developed based on that structural investigation, and with proposals on how the process, how the premises can be updated from a structural point of view to ensure that. To ensure that we're able to continue with our work there. ICCROM has also provided information to the technical working group in regard to our foreseen needs, including ensuring that we are able to continue to carry out the work that we need to carry out on training, capacity building, our library, our archives, and of course the general day-to-day functioning of the organization. Discussion has been ongoing also to ensure that the planned work, when it is eventually carried out, that it does not just provide for structural stability of the building, because that is obviously a very important thing, but that the building itself also needs to be upgraded around several other issues. These include things like fire and emergency safety. There are actually not adequate fire exits, for example, at the moment, but ensuring also things like access for disabled people, to our courses, but also to our library and archives and other places that need to be accessed. And then also, obviously, including improved building infrastructure, electricity, and computers, and things like that. And the other thing that we've been talking with this technical working group about is also energy efficiency. In a world where we're looking for sustainable, for more sustainable futures, let's say, one of the things that we do want to make sure is that we can have as energy efficient a premises as possible. So all of these issues are in discussion. They're ongoing discussions with the technical working group, and we're working toward the development of what is called the design guideline document, and that document is being prepared at the moment, which would allow for a call for proposals to develop the final design, and that once the final design is done and work can be bid out, and then the renovations can happen. So that in terms of timing, the design guidelines document is foreseen to be finished before the end of the year, and so in the first part of 2024, the bidding for the project would go out, and we would be able to move forward with it. The technical working group also continued to evaluate the possibility of ICCROM staying in the building around the work. This obviously means temporarily moving some staff as work is being carried out in certain areas, and attention also needs to be given to ensuring a healthy environment as the work continues, and that we can continue to carry out our work for our member states without significant interruptions. But again, in the discussions with the technical working group, the team from the ministry side has assured us that they have carried out these sorts of renovation works in the past, and that it has been quite possible to go forward. And in looking at our particular situation, it seems like it's possible to continue going forward. The final issue, which is not part of the technical working group, in fact, is related to the spaces that ICCROM ceded back to the ministry at the time that we were foreseeing moving to San Francisco Arepa. There were certain spaces that, because we were moving, we started to sort of cede them back already to the ministry in a first instance. So the question now becomes, is it possible for us to either regain those spaces or to discuss other possible spaces that we might be able to work with? The technical working group informed us that that's not really within their terms of reference, because their terms of reference deal really more specifically with the technical technical aspects of the renovation, of the structural strengthening of the building and the other issues. So the suggestion has been that there be discussions then at another level, at a different level, let's say, to speak about these larger issues. So with this in mind, we're hoping that soon will be able to take place, those discussions. So that's where we are at this point in time for the premises. And again, the idea is that work is ongoing. This technical working group is going forward, and the hope would be that that there will be this design document put out in the near future, so that we can get a final design and we can then proceed with the rehabilitation of the building going forward. So now so that's the report of the premises, and then on the final area to present to this General Assembly is on cooperation with the Italian institutions. As usual, ICCROM has collaborations in a number of ways with Italian institutions, and when I say as usual, I mean since we've been here, we've always had good relations and good collaboration with a number of Italian institutions over time. So the last part of the document sort of outlines some of those current collaborations. Those things that I would want to particularly highlight are the Youth Heritage Africa program, one of our flagship programs, as you know, and the Italian government is actually one of the largest contributor actually to that program, and so we are again very grateful to that for that. And we also have, as part of Youth Heritage Africa, an agreement with the Fondazione Scuola dei Beni e Patrimonio Culturale to carry out a course on youth entrepreneurship in Africa, which is one of the things that I believe you heard about earlier. That same Fondazione Scuola has also been working with ICCROM on capacity building in Latin America, and of course we also benefit in general from our presence in Italy and in Rome. To be honest with you, I mean, all you have to do is look out the window here. We're in an open air classroom, and that's true of Rome. And it's true of all of Italy. It's an open air classroom with the thunder going on right now, so I apologize for that. But this is really an open air classroom, and ICCROM has always been able to take advantage of collaborations with the Italian government in terms of our capacity building, as I said, here in Rome and in Pompeii, for example, in Cinque Terre, in many places actually around Italy. So we continue obviously to benefit from that and continue to work with a number of different institutions in terms of our capacity building. Finally, I would mention that ICCROM is also trying to set up at this point an annual tripartite meeting between ICCROM, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ministry of Culture. And the idea behind this tripartite annual meeting would be to discuss areas of interest and to discuss possible areas of collaboration going forward into the future. We think that it would be very useful to be able to have a sort of a regular forum, if you will, to discuss with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Culture. Those contacts exist, so I don't mean to imply at all that those contacts are not going on on another basis, but the idea is to maybe try to set up a sort of a more regular tripartite meeting. So we're hoping, there have been some discussions about that, and we're hoping that such a tripartite meeting can be carried out in the near future. So I think with that, I will conclude my presentation on the host country, and the last words that I will say, and I really mean this obviously from the bottom of my, if I'm allowed to have that, a bottom of my heart in this case, is really to thank the Italian government, because they're here, they're working with us, they're doing things with us all the time, and some of these things it's easy to report on, some of these things sort of fall below the radar because they fall below the radar, but it doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is that we're always there, we're always working with them, and they're always responsive to us, and we're always discussing with them. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank the Italian government for that. So with that, I'll close and give the floor back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. We'll open the floor for comments. First, I ask the representative from Italy if you want to make any comments or additions.
Thank you very much. So I'm not speaking on a voluntary basis. I've been asked to speak, so I'll take a few moments of your patience to respond. Thank you very much to the Secretariat for outlining in such detail and very precise manner the the document that we are having in front of us. I think it's a very accurate document. It's very detailed and takes into account, I think it gives a fair image of the excellent status of bilateral relations between Italy and ICCROM. As excellent as they can be, there's always margin for improvement, as everything in life. And I think that the margin of improvement two margins of improvement stem from two different factors that happened between yesterday and today. And I'm very happy of both. The first is the presence of the Undersecretary of State for Foreign Affairs, who opened yesterday the General Assembly. I recall, for those represented countries where the status of Undersecretary is equivalent to diplomat or haut fonctionnaire, that in Italy is equivalent to the rank of Deputy Foreign Minister. So is a member of cabinet who clearly stated that it is the government of Italy's intention to step up the bilateral relations to support ICCROM in the transformation process which it embarked upon during the current mandate of the Director General Webendoro, which we command, and also the upcoming mandate of the new Director General. So, in the words of the representative of the Italian government, I'm very happy to underline the fact that we will step up this commitment to even to the next level compared to what the Secretariat very kindly underlined today. And the second factor, of course, was the appointment today of the Italian Director General, of which I'm very much personally happy, because I very much consider and trust and am convinced that the new Director General will indeed make an excellent job leading this organization. She will do this not only because she has excellent personal qualities, but also because she seems to believe, and I share her view, that this organization has a huge potential, and this is the reason why we're very proud to host ICCROM on our territory. And this potential has been increased and developed partially lately in the last years and mandates, but it will be even more so in the future. So this is really a commitment that we make on the Italian side. The Director General already made this today, and very clearly and loudly, and I'm very happy of that. So as a personal basis, if you allow me to make a personal comment, I've been following closely ICCROM in the last 5 years since I was appointed at the head of the Multilateral Cultural Organizations Department at the Foreign Ministry. And I have since the very beginning followed ICCROM with a lot of sympathy and interest, because precisely of its huge potential that can, with the support of us all, and as all I mean the Director General, the General Assembly and the Council, fully developed in something really unique and special. So we very much count on you, but you can also count very much on us. And I wish to take this opportunity today to underline this on behalf of our government and the new Director General, if she allows me so. These are general remarks. In the specific points that have been raised in this excellent document, I do not want to take too much of your time, because it's very detailed, as I said. Suffice to say that, again, since my inception at this department, so my interest with ICCROM, the issue of the headquarters has been very much on the way of stepping up the bilateral relations and allowing thus ICCROM to move to the next step. Some of you, if you were in the past also here, might recall that we solved, after a few years of hard work, the outstanding issue of the status of the staff here, to put that in line with the UN agency, and then Italy paid a forfeit for one-time contribution to pay for the arrears. So that was also something that needed to be fixed, and we did it. And now this is the headquarters is also an issue. We're very aware of that. As the representative of the Secretariat very aptly highlighted, a lot has been done in the last 2 years, since the last General Assembly. Much more, and hopefully clearing the issue in the by the next General Assembly, the issue will be gone. But you can be assured that the issue of having this international organization hosted by Italy be in a possibility of delivering its mandate and work in a proper manner in terms of headquarters and then allocation of working spaces is very much high on the agenda of my government. So we fully commit on this. I appreciate the fact that progress has been highlighted and reported. There will be more process on this because we recognize that the issue has to be solved again so as to move on more concrete and interesting issues that will come. I thank you very much for your attention.
Very much. I open the floor for any comments from the floor. United States of America has the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and I would like to thank the Secretariat for this update on relations with Italy, but especially relating to ICCROM's premises. Noting that the intention is to stay in the San Michele complex, I'm glad to hear that the necessary safety and structural improvements are going to be progressing. When is the design document expected? I know it was said it's coming close to the end of the year, but is there more precision on that date? And then in addition, we're looking at the cost of the renovation for the work at San Michele complex. Will that be paid by the host country or by ICCROM? And then once we know that cost, will that total be brought back to ICCROM member states before the work moves forward? And then lastly, thank you in advance for asking our question on the high-level working group. That was going to be my last question. So I look forward to hearing more about the improved home for ICCROM.
Thank you. Mr. King, would you like to comment?
Just in the two questions that I think I could discern quickly from that. In terms of the timing, it's true. The end of the year it is only 2 months from now, so it's certainly going to be within the next, I would imagine, month or month and a half. Let's say that design document is completed, because I don't imagine it would take place after the Christmas holidays begin either. So I'm assuming it will be November or the first couple of weeks of December would be my understanding. In terms of the costs, well, I, to a certain extent, looked to my friend from Italy, but I believe the costs are meant to be covered by the Italian government. I mean, this is part of their hosting of the organization means that the costs will be borne by the Italian government, and not sent back, let's say, to the member states. If I understood your question correctly, I think the issue. I mean, the issue at this point. I'll be a little bit more detailed on this. Sorry, but the issue here is I think funding for the structural work I think has actually already been secured for sure. But then some of these other things that we're talking about, like the improved fire and emergency safety and access, handicap access and energy efficiency and things like that, the discussions are going on right now, and the thing is, I don't ever want to say anything until it's actually on paper. But those discussions are going forward, and it seems like that'll also be going forward. Again, I don't want to give an impression because I don't have signed documents or anything in front of me. But those discussions are moving forward, and it seems like that will be incorporated into the final project design, and therefore it will be covered. It will be covered as part of the costs. So I think those are the two things that you brought up. Yes. Thank you very much.
To Italy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry to take the floor again. Just a couple of clarification for dear colleagues D, who put the question forward. Yes, indeed, the Italian government will bear the entire cost of renovation, instructions, and electrical parts, and all that has been mentioned, for a total of 12.5 million euros. So it is a significant amount of money, and is part of the commitment of the Italian government that I mentioned before. And this is for the first one. And then as far as I got it correctly, the tripartite structure or meeting or conference or however you want to call it. This is absolutely part of what I said before in terms of stepping up the bilateral relationship between ICCROM and Italy. This is an issue that I have to say the Director General Andorra has been raised with me several times and somehow never seemed the proper time to do it. Now the time has come. And so I'm very happy to say that this is happening as much as other initiatives that we are very much in the process of starting to, again, step up the bilateral relations for the benefit of ICCROM. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Very much for those good. Do we have any more interventions from the floor? Doesn't look like this. So, dear colleagues, after having heard, well, first I will ask the Secretariat to project the draft decision on the screen. Yeah, and this has also been distributed before. So, having heard, may I consider that the General Assembly agrees with this proposal and that there are no objections? I now declare the report of the relations with the host country, Italy, adopted. So let us proceed with item 20.2, relationship with the host country of the Sharjah Regional Office. I invite Mr. Nasir, the program director of the Office of Sharjah, to deliver his report on the relationship between the host country and the Sharjah Office, the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Microphone, please.
I'm proud to share with you all the report of the host country of Sharjah Regional Office, United Arab Emirates. This is a brief presentation of the implementation status of the headquarter agreement between ICCROM and UAE government, signed on October 2015, regulating the establishment of ICCROM office in UAE, together with the other support agreements with the government of Sharjah and Ministry of Culture and Youth in the UAE. Also highlights the ongoing collaboration and discussion between ICCROM and UAE through secondments and increasing budget allocation, as well as securing the physical premises for the ICCROM Sharjah Regional Office. Next. The decision to establish of the Sharjah Regional Office was taken at the 27th session of the General Assembly 2011, based on resolution made at the Conference of Ministers of Culture and the Arab State in Doha in 2011, agreeing with the UAE to host a regional office of ICCROM. Next. Agreement signed with the UAE. This agreement with the amendment have secured a continuing voluntary financial contribution, the latest of which amounted $1,959,240 per year. It has not only supported Athar program activities in Sharjah and the region and contributed to ICCROM staff costs, but also secured the premises and facilities, as well as contributing to operational costs. The federal agreement has been an important achievement given that several UN organizations working in the UAE have not yet obtained this status. It has provided privileges and immunities to ICCROM in the host country. This will provide possibilities for the secondments and continue enhancing collaboration in joint projects serving the UAE, the region, and beyond. An example is the Mosul project, for which UAE played an important role in securing ICCROM and capacity building program within the large UNESCO project, which is being funded by the government of UAE and others. Recent development and activities on relation with the UAE. Following its inauguration in December 2014, the premises of the ICCROM Sharjah Regional Office were moved to a larger building in December 2019 in Sharjah University City with secured and shared facilities, all operational costs covered by the government of Sharjah. The current training room, now shared with other entities, was renovated and accommodated a larger number of trainees and students. Next. Sharjah also supported requirement for the 4th Arab Forum for Cultural Heritage 2023. Sharjah government provided the venue together with the catering and marketing event. This activity aimed to develop philosophical principles and approach based on local, regional needs, aiming to promoting and serving cultural heritage in the Arab world. The development of Masters in Conservation Management of Cultural Heritage. At the University of Sharjah, in collaboration with ICCROM, there are 11 specialized training courses being implemented each year within the master curricula. This program is designed for students from Arab states. ICCROM brings its wealth experience and trainers to support the program and offers several scholarships each year. Meanwhile, the university provides academic framework and resources. 60 students have joined the program so far. 25 have finished their thesis. ICCROM participation to this program is possible thanks to allocate budget from the government of Sharjah. Support and patronage have continued to date and illustrated by the ICCROM Sharjah Award event held in June of 2022 in Sharjah, in presence of both His Highness Sheikh Sultan bin Mohammed Al Qasimi, member of Supreme Council of the United Arab Emirates and ruler of Sharjah, and Minister of Culture and Youth of the UAE. Another important collaboration is with the Sharjah Museum Authority, which has been supportive partner and worked with ICCROM and interns to create detailed architecture recording and analysis of Al-Mahatta, Museum of Aviation. Other example of collaboration is with the UAE Cultural Heritage Institutions, as seen in the picture, where ICCROM provided technical advices through its staff. Technical advice given to Sharjah government on conservation of Addaid Falaj underwater system, where ICCROM provided technical advices through its staff. Advice given to Sharjah government on conservation of restoration of Dibba Al-Hassan archaeological site. Other initiatives were recently hosted at Sharjah partner institutions, including the African Institute in Sharjah for project run by ICCROM Sharjah in Sudan. ICCROM collaborated with the Emirates of Al Qiwain and UAE in conservation work for the 1st century AD temple at Ad-Dur archaeological site. A publication in Arabic about this project is available now on ICCROM website and outside. In light of MOU signed with ICCROM A consultation meeting was held on May 2023, focusing on key objectives of regional office. The meeting provided an opportunity to review future strategies of ATAR program in the context of ICCROM strategic directions. The discussion took place with institutional partners, ICCROM councils, and the directors of the institution from the Arab region. I'm delighted to announce that the Sharjah government has granted a 10% increase following a request made by the ICCROM. This additional contribution amounts to approximately $200,000. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nasir. Before I open the floor for comments, I ask if there are any comments from the United Arab Emirates on this or not.
Yes, Chair.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair, for giving us the floor. I would like to extend our gratitude to ICCROM and my colleague Nasser for the clear report and presentation. Distinguished delegates, the United Arab Emirates has strong and extended relations with ICCROM, as the United Arab Emirates hosts the Regional Center for the Preservation of Cultural Heritage in the Arab world, known as ICCROM Sharjah. The UAE also plays a pivotal role alongside the member states of ICCROM in shaping programs and policies aimed at preserving cultural heritage and enhancing the capabilities of cultural institutions worldwide in managing heritage sites to ensure their sustainability. Furthermore, the UAE has signed an agreement with ICCROM to second an employee to the organization, benefiting from their expertise and working on international projects and engaging with a diverse group of multicultural employees to enhance their capabilities in safeguarding cultural heritage worldwide. This not only broadens their knowledge base, but also equips them with new perspectives of their future roles. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments, interventions from the floor? I give the floor to the representative of Qatar.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. It is just to thank the UAE for opening this center in Sharjah. I believe it is very important for the Arab world and for the whole world too. They are developing important projects. That is why I believe we should thank them, and especially for their generosity. But we are also thanking Italy and all of the other countries that are contributing to ICCROM. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, I give the word to Saudi Arabia.
A very short one, just to thank the Center, because we think that through our cooperation with ICCROM in Rome, such centers are giving very valuable contribution to make programs easy to implement and also to know sometimes the regional customized needs. And we are happy to work with them in the past through the Ministry of Culture, and we have some plans to also to expand our cooperation from the Heritage Commission.
Thank you. I give the floor to the representative of Iraq.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for giving me the floor. Well, I just want to join my other colleagues by thanking, first of all, ICCROM and all the staff of ICCROM for all the support and work that they are doing in my country, in Iraq, especially in Mosul city. And of course, we would like also to thank UNESCO, and especially to thank the government of our friends and our brothers in United Arab Emirates for all their support and for their collaboration. Thank you, sir, again.
Thank you very much. I see no more requests for the floor. I will now ask the Secretariat to project the draft decision onto the screen, as you have seen it before. So, having heard the discussion, may I consider that the General Assembly agrees with this proposal and that there are no objections? I now declare the report of the relationship with the host country of Kharkha Regional Office, the United Arab Emirates, adopted. So we'll just take a minute to confer about the rest of the agenda now. So I give the floor to Zoe Reid from Ireland to announce the results of the voting on Council.
Ladies and gentlemen, lovely to see everybody again. This really is the best seat in the House. So, because I get to see you all, what we're going to do now is we're going to announce the votes of the election of candidates for the Council. Then we are going to move to item 17 and then item 18. We've got a bit of a change in the agenda, and the reason being that we have a tie and we need to call for a second vote. And I'm going to refer back to the rules of procedure for General Assembly. Rule 61, which outlines what we need to do for election procedures for Council members. And if you can bear with me, I'll just read that to you so we're all really clear as to the process that we're about to embark on and what we're going through. Rule 61.2 says, if the number of candidates exceeds the number of vacancies to be filled, the election shall be decided by secret ballot. That is what we've done. Those candidates who receive the highest number of votes should be elected. If, and this is the important piece, however, two or more candidates receive the same number of votes and the number of vacancies is insufficient for both or all such candidates to be elected, a second ballot shall be held among those candidates. So just to clarify, we have... Is there anything on the screen behind me? No, it's just me. Oh gosh. Okay, so just to clarify, we have 14 places for Council. We have 12 clear places filled, and when it came to places ordering 13, 14 and 15, we have a tie. So we have 3 members who went forward for Council who have tied. We need to call for a second vote on only those 3 members and ask you all to consider and vote again. Is that clear? Yeah? Okay. Yes. And we are only looking out of those 3 members to identify 2 for the remaining 2 places of council. Okay? So we're preparing documents at the minute, so just bear with us for 1 second. So, ladies and gentlemen, the power of this. Just to clarify, we're going to have to go through exactly the same process that we did. We're going to have to, for this second round of votes, have a closed session. We're going to have to ask the observers and those of you who are not delegates or alternates to vacate the room, allow us to have the vote. We will try to do that as quickly as possible. We're not going to do that just now. We're not going to do that just now. So you can stay seated. That's why I'm saying we're going to move on to items 17 and 18. Let me get this right. Yes. So I'm announcing this. Then we're going to move on to items 17 and 18. Then we're going to have the vote where we ask people to leave. You can stay.
Not now.
Not now.
Not now. Not now.
You can stay. You're not listening. You can stay. We like you here. Yeah, you can stay. So,
Order them to be quiet.
okay.
Tell them to be quiet.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, come on. I know this is exciting, but can we just have a little bit of peace and quiet? Thank you. So, to clarify, we're announcing this now. We're just waiting for some slides to be prepared to let you know. We'll let you know when we're ready to proceed, but we're going to proceed with items 17 and 18. Then we will have the closed session for the second round of votes. Then we will move to the statements from delegates and observers, perhaps just delegates. That will give us the time to count that second round of votes. Then we will be back to you to give you the results of that round of voting. Okay, so it is a little bit backwards and forwards, but we do appreciate your support in trying to get this through. Okay? Okay, and we're ready? Okay, we're ready to put up the names on the screen of those who were, everyone? Okay, down to, yeah. So we're going to put the names on the screen of those who've been numbers 1 to 15, as you will see, who've been successful. Yeah, 1 to 15 or 1 to 12?
1 to 12 and then this one.
Okay. My apologies. We're going to put up the names of the first 12 candidates who've been successfully elected to council. Okay?
But they will also see this one.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to get that slide up now. Okay, now. Okay. No, so let's just take our time. We'll go through. Okay. We appreciate every and the Secretariat are moving down through the slide for us. Okay. We're still going. There's a lot of names. Okay. Okay. Okay, and now, okay, so if I can point out, now you will begin to see the 3 candidates who tied, okay? So these will be the 3 names that we are asking you to consider and to re-vote, and again, we can say that only 2 of those. And can we point out just the total number of votes? There were 84 votes in total. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, sorry, a little bit of quiet. Unfortunately, there were 2 invalid votes, so we had 82 valid votes. And I would just like to express my thanks to the committee for this working committee who have done this work on our behalf during their lunchtime to count these votes to get to this point. You can appreciate the volume of work that it's been for them, so just a little bit of thanks for them. Okay, so this is where we are, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to ask for any questions. I think we're clear. Okay? Okay, fantastic. Secretariat have been able, in a very short space of time, to prepare the next slide with just the 3 names of the candidates, and you will get a new ballot paper with these 3 names on it. You will be asked to vote for 2. And in the same way that we were strict and said, it is 2 places we are looking to fill, it is 2 names that you will be asked to vote for. If you vote for 1, your ballot will be invalid. If you vote for all 3, your ballot will be invalid.
Point of order from the Russian Federation.
Okay. Okay.
Excuse
Sorry,
me.
the Russian Federation
Yeah,
would like to...
just one short intervention. So it's not so easy to get the information from the screen, actually, from here. Would you please tell the names and the numbers?
Okay, yes. With the results? Yeah, that's no problem. Yes, we can get that slide up. So, and the numbers? Yep, I can do this. I can read through the names. I will, of course, in advance, apologize sincerely for my pronunciation to my colleagues. So, okay, we'll go slowly with this. Kaju Ziko Nishi from Japan, 70 votes. Jingyu Shin from the Republic of Korea, 66 votes. Nanette Desjans from the Netherlands, 60 votes. Anna Labore Marquez, 60 votes. Nora Alhamis, 60 votes. No, 55 votes. Oh gosh. My sincere apologies. And Neith Galdeli, thank you, Galdeli from Cyprus, 55 votes. Kenza de Formantel, 53 votes. Mukhtar Samfo, 53 votes. Otto Vetterberg, 53 votes. Alexandra War, 52 votes. And we'll just move it down a little bit. Alain Magren, 50 votes. Isabel Ramposo de Maguels, 50 votes. And those are the first 12 names of elected council members. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will hand back to the President of the General Assembly, and we will proceed with item 17 and item 18. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, so we will have another ballot in a while, so we have to go on to the next item immediately. As explained at the time of the adoption of the agenda yesterday, with your agreement, item 16 has been removed, and therefore we pass directly to item 17. Under which the General Assembly is invited to consider the draft amendments to the statutes submitted by to its Council and by Member States. You have all received these amendments on the 4th and 5th of May, 2023, respectively. We will begin by examining and voting on the amendments to statutes as submitted and recommended by Council. And I invite the chairperson of Council to take the floor and introduce these amendments. Please, John.
Good afternoon, delegates. Before you, I am presenting on behalf of Council amendments that Council recommends to the ICCROM statutes. And this has to rules of procedure for the General Assembly, correct? Sorry. Okay, I'm going to get this up on my screen. One moment, please. Correct. These are amendments to the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly. Sorry, 18. Okay. 18. Sorry. Oh, you have it. Okay, thank you. So, we are discussing draft amendments to the ICCROM statute submitted by Council. These are on the screen or not? You said they would not. They are? They are not. Okay, only the summary is on the screen. So, for those of you who have the document in front of you, in all instances, we are changing the name of a sibling institution here in Rome, the Istituto Superiore per la Conservazione ed il Restauro. That the name of that institution has changed to the Istituto Centrale per il Restauro. So in each instance in the statutes of ICCROM, Council proposes to change that name. Where is that? That's not on this. People. No. 17.1. Sorry. Okay, it's not on this version either.
Would you like me to do it's this.
It's where?
It's just this last one.
Oh, sorry. Okay, then in Article 9, so it is the change in name from our sibling institution, and then in Article 9, a change from a member state shall lose its right to vote in the General Assembly and its right to propose candidates for membership of the Council and add or any of its committees and then it continues when the total amount of its contributions, etc. So that makes, in total, 4 changes in the ICCROM statutes. 3 of the changes are the name change, and 1 change is to add or any of its committees to the prescription of the right to vote. Done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the presentation of these minor changes. I now open up the floor for comments before we proceed to vote by a show of hands this time. I give the floor to the United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Council Chair. It is without any prejudice to the substance of these amendments to Articles 4, 5, and 9, as they are described in the Secretariat's document. The United States regrets it is not able to vote to adopt those amendments at this time. Insofar as the amendments affect the foundational documents of the organization, namely the ICCROM statutes, our delegation requires further consultation with our legal advisors in Capitol before we can confirm our acceptance. We therefore respectfully request this item be deferred to the next assembly. Thank you.
Yeah, I give the floor to the representative of Switzerland.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask a question to the honorable delegation of the United States, if they could possibly elaborate a little bit more in what detail this revision that seems to us a purely formal revision would be contradictory to other articles of the statutes, and which ones, because here we are talking about Article 4 or 5 only, and we do not see any legal issues here. Thank you, but thanks for the clarification from the US delegation, please.
Yes, the United States of America.
Sure, and thank you to our colleague from Switzerland for the question. Again, it is completely without any prejudice to the substance of these articles. This is purely a technical concern for us. The changes relate to the ICCROM statutes, which in our understanding is essentially an international treaty, and it simply requires additional consultation with legal advisors that go beyond those that are available to us ordinarily to conduct this meeting. So it's a question of international treaty obligations that make the, albeit fairly straightforward changes, more complicated in a legal sense. So with that, and we don't mean to take any further time on this. It's simply to give us time to complete that consultation, and for us that would be preferable to do at the following assembly. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wants to weigh into this question from the floor? Switzerland again.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, to take the floor again. But we have the feeling that this revision of statutes has been prepared according to all the rules that are in place and have been communicated a lot in advance to all the member states, and that is precisely the reason why the change of statutes has to be communicated in advance, to do all these clarification during that time and to come here to the General Assembly to decide on it. So we would not be in favor to adjourn or suspend this decision and this question and revision right now. Thank you.
Yeah. Are there any other? I don't see no one else on. Yeah, okay. I give the floor to the Netherlands.
I completely agree with Switzerland on this issue. I don't see why the changing of a name should prevent us from voting in favor of this amendment.
Yeah, South Africa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson, Mr. President. I think, as already explained by the delegate from Switzerland, we should note the limitation explained by the US, and probably we should just proceed then to vote, because in terms of the rules of procedure for this forum and this session, the documents were made available in time that's prescribed. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a request to go on with vote. I would like to recall that Article 11 of the statute stipulates that amendments to the statute shall be adopted by General Assembly by a decision taken by a two-thirds majority of the member states present and voting, provided that the said two-thirds majority is more than one-half of the member states of ICCROM. I would like the Secretariat to project the draft decision onto the screen. It's already there. And so we will have the possibility to take our stance on this now. So we are moving on to voting on the entirety of the amendment to the statutes proposed by the Council, and we are now beginning the voting process. I ask you to raise your voting card if you vote yes, that is, you are in favor of adopting the draft amendments. And please let it stay for a while for counting. Thank you. You can lower your cards. I now ask all those voting no, that is against the adoption of the draft amendments, to raise their voting card. Thank you. And finally, I ask all those abstaining to raise their voting card. Thank you for your patience. We had to count clearly. So the results of the voting are as follows. The members present and voting are 67. Numbers of yes votes are 67. Numbers of no votes are 0. And number of abstentions are 2. I now declare that the General Assembly approves the amendment to the statute submitted by by Council. I ask the Secretariat to proceed to the updating of the statutes after the closing of the 33rd session of the General Assembly. Dear delegates, we now continue our item by considering the draft amendments to the statutes submitted by the United States of America. I would now like to ask the delegate of the United States to take the floor and introduce us to their proposal. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The United States would like to take this opportunity to explain the proposed amendments to the ICCROM statutes on behalf of ourselves. We worked with the People's Republic of China, the Dominican Republic, and Japan. As ICCROM continues to grow and advance its essential conservation and restoration work around the world, we believe it is critical that the organization's governance and oversight structures remain fit for purpose and, importantly, remain in conformity with the best practice of administration, governance, and transparency among similar-sized international organizations. In this regard, the United States and our distinguished colleagues with whom we have submitted these amendments have observed that the requirements of council members serve exclusively in their personal capacity and not in the interest of member states may unnecessarily impact the effectiveness of ICCROM's governance structures, as well as the ability of member states to properly perform their oversight role and put them in jeopardy of personal liability. So, therefore, for them to have their ability to continue to contribute their deep knowledge, experience, and expertise to this organization, particularly in the areas of international organization and governance, we have suggested these amendments. As others have observed, such knowledge and expertise could be useful even between yesterday and today's discussions. And so we've had challenging discussions in the last couple of days on the DG process as well as the process for arrears. And so in order to properly handle these difficult discussions, we think some changes to the statutes are needed and have been proposed. And with that brief introduction, I'd like to turn it over to my esteemed colleague from Japan and the Dominican Republic, who can talk more about these amendments, and in particular, the Dominican Republic, who can provide some history and context regarding these amendments. Thank you, Chair.
Give the floor to the Dominican Republic.
Voy a hablar en español.
I will speak Spanish. In a few words, please let me present to you the historic precedents of this amendment, number 5, to inform you all. The amendment was initially presented by the legal advisor of ICCROM during a council meeting in terms of a proposal recommended. Due to the potential issue it could be for the current members of the council if it hadn't been changed, the advisor recommended changing this item to protect the members of the council against any legal potential issue. But I would like to leave the floor to Mr. Pucci, our legal advisor, in order to better explain this issue. Mr. Pucci, could you please explain to us with greater detail this particular issue on the risk that the current members of the council, including those recently appointed, truly run? Could you please explain that in a more detailed way, clearer way, better than I did. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I give the floor to Mr. Pucci.
Thank you very much. I never thought that my opinion, just speaking with the members of the council would have brought to this situation. I see that in the document, when I was asked for my opinion in the document, my opinion is written there. I would say that my first legal problem was that the Council of ICCROM, which means the Council of an intergovernmental organization, it's a basic principle in the international law that should be constituted by states. It cannot be constituted by persons acting in their personal capacity. The Council is there and takes decision in the name of the countries. Otherwise, ICCROM is not an intergovernmental organization. This is my first issue, to say you the truth, is a principle. Let's put it this way. Then I also said, if you use these words, personal capacity, you cannot think what a national tribunal may decide in case the Council takes a decision which goes against staff members or I don't know what. They may say, okay, but you acted in your personal capacity. Therefore, I go to my national tribunal and I will try to bring an action against you. Because you, in your personal capacity, but not as a member state, which means that the member state it cannot be brought to a national tribunal because you have the immunity. And this was also a little problem because we had a case that, thanks to the efforts of the Director General and all the staff in ICCROM, we were able to solve without going to any tribunal. But I saw there that an Italian lawyer already started thinking about going to an Italian tribunal against the members of the Council who took that decision. Of course, the members of the Council are protected by the member states, but this would not avoid the problem of a national tribunal, all these kind of things. But again, my first concern is that I consider that the Council should be an intergovernmental body in an intergovernmental organization. And that's my first line of principle, let's put it this way. The Council is an important body of ICCROM. It's the most important because you met every 2 years, but all the work is done by the Council. So you are in your personal capacity as an expert, but not when you express the opinion on the staff rules of the ICCROM or other issues that may be there. There you act as, for me, you act as a representative of your country. Thank you.
Would a representative of Japan have a comment?
Well, thank you, Chairperson. I think, at least for us, the most important rationale behind this amendment, among others, is to promote more involvement of General Assembly, in other words, state parties. Now, the concept of heritage has become more broad, more comprehensive one. We have to hear more broader voices, have to talk with various stakeholders. Since ICCROM is an international organization, state parties is one of the most important key points, not only because they support ICCROM's work in every aspect, but also because they are most important main route to lead us to people, on-ground situations. In this sense, the ICCROM Council should also keep eyes on state parties' interest. That's why we feel the term in the amendment, coordination and cooperation between ICCROM and its member states, is relevant. However, we also understand that current system works very well for a long time. We understand some concern that ICCROM's important characteristics as an expert organization can be affected. So we believe that to suspend the decision and to have more discussion on this issue is a better solution at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other interventions from? We have the United States of America again. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to support my colleagues, especially Japan's recommendation that we delay this discussion, and the United States would recommend that we delay this for consideration of these critical amendments to the next General Assembly and to propose a working group that could meet within Council that could continue to develop proposals, and that working group could then periodically report to the GA members and present these amendments at the 34th General Assembly in 2025.
Thank you. I give the floor to the Netherlands representative.
Thank you, Mr. President. And dear delegates, I am sitting here amidst you all after a long period of long-time meetings at almost the end of a wonderful 2 days of General Assembly in which we just welcomed the new Director General of ICCROM and in which we witnessed the outstanding contribution of ICCROM in partnership with many countries, institutions, communities, and experts all over the world. And we almost know the constitution of the next council to strengthen the expert body of ICCROM. So you find me here sitting a very content representative of the Netherlands. But I have been awaiting this very important moment on the agenda. You will have witnessed how I tried to give as much attention to the proposed amendments of the United States as possible. We are not used to campaigning like this, but our great concern was, and is, that the matter of changing Rule 5 of the statutes would go by unnoticed, tucked away between all other kind of amendments necessary to keep the statutes up to date, changing names, numbers, etc., administrative and technical. But this proposal is and was and is of a much more fundamental nature. And I am very happy to conclude that we succeeded to put a strong light on the proposed amendment and the consequences that it would have had as it would have been put onto vote. I know that most of you have read our leaflet explaining our concerns, but for the record, I would like to read it out now, because I still think that it is important to keep this in mind the next 2 years. The United States mission, this is the leaflet text, to the UN agencies in Rome has sent a proposal to the General Assembly to amend Article 5, which governs the composition of the ICCROM Council. The USA proposes to change Article 5 in the statutes in such a way that council members will also represent their member state. The ICCROM Council now consists of individual experts who are elected in a personal capacity by the General Assembly. As members of the ICCROM Council, they have the responsibility in every deliberation to put the importance of cultural heritage and the interest of ICCROM first. It is in this light that we have to regard the changes to the statutes proposed by the USA as fundamental. Article 5 of the current statutes ensures, and has ensured this for the last 64 years, a healthy balance between the interests of the member states represented in the General Assembly and the overriding interests arising from ICCROM's mission and raison d'etre guarded by the Council. It is of the utmost importance that these checks and balances remain intact to ensure a future ICCROM that can fulfill its mandate in the interest of cultural heritage in all countries in the world. If the changes proposed by the USA are implemented, the consequences carry a high risk of increasing the politicization of ICCROM. The interests of individual member states will take precedence over the overriding interests of the value of cultural heritage for communities all over the world and ICCROM's role in guarding these values. This is the leaflet that we put to your attention, and I think it made even the USA think twice, so I'm a very, very content delegate here, because this is too important rule in the statutes to, simply pass as something, I don't know, like you should do to fit purpose. I think still, and I've done some research in the archives of ICCROM, that it is relevant to discuss this article over and over again. And I saw, in fact, that from the beginning, the idea that ICCROM Council is an expert body was present at the time of adoption of the first version of the statutes. And then in 1993, the personal capacity clause was introduced. The Rules of Procedure of Council, introduced in 2008, included this rule: members of the Council elected by the General Assembly are elected in their personal capacity and shall conduct themselves in a professional and ethical manner. They shall perform their function in the interests of ICCROM and not as representatives of states. So, and the notion of openly expressing that council members shall be acting in a personal capacity was first introduced in the Rules of Procedures of Council in 1984. What I mean to say is that over the last 64 years, this has been an important guiding principle of the governing structure of ICCROM, and it has been evaluated, looked at again, and decided that it fitted purpose. So I propose that whether we vote on the proposed amendment or not, that you think very, very carefully when wanting to change this governing rule. We have a saying regarding, the point raised when we started this discussion about legal action liability concerning council members, which is a point I think needs further examination. But we have a saying in the Netherlands and maybe in other countries as well, and it says, "Don't throw away the child with the bathwater." And this is what I would say concerning this point that we discussed. Thank you.
I now give the word to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The vibrancy of the debate over the last 2 days and the number of references to the statutes and a number of elements which have been questioned, shall we say, in relation to the statutes, suggests to me that actually I would support our distinguished colleague from the United States in postponing any discussion over the proposed amendments to the statutes today. And I would recommend that we do take up the suggestion of constituting some kind of working group within the Council that has the responsibility of looking at the statutes with a view to reporting back periodically to the General Assembly and in particular to the 34th General Assembly with a consolidated view which has been undertaken over a number of years. Thank you.
Okay, so we take note that the member states that proposed this change to the statutes have now proposed that we refer it back to the Council for further examination and deliberation. And I recall also that we already this morning informed that there will be a working group within the Council that will work with the statutes and amendments with the statutes. So if there are no objection to this, we will refer this question to the Council. So, without further ado, to item 18, the draft amendments to the rules of the procedures of the General Assembly. Will John do it? No. Yeah. Okay, so after having decided on the amendments to the statutes, we now turn over our attention to the draft amendments to the rules of procedure of the General Assembly as proposed by the Council. You have all received these via circular letter together with the proposed amendments to the statutes by Council on the 5th of May 2023. I invite the chairperson of the Council to take the floor and introduce these amendments. John, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize for my prior confusion, and I'll try to do better this time. Item 18, suggestions for amendments to the rules of procedure of the General Assembly. The background for this is that, as you experienced it yesterday, the work of two committees, the Credentials Committee and the Committee on Candidatures, is time-consuming on the first day of General Assembly. And we have had the experience at the prior General Assembly 2 years ago that because it was hybrid and we would not be able to have live committee, the two committees live, the committees were arranged prior to General Assembly and operated off-site and without taking up the time during General Assembly itself. So these amendments, the amendments that you have before you, it is, the idea is that the members of these committees would be elected at the preceding General Assembly. So the members of these committees for the next General Assembly would be elected at this General Assembly. With the caveat that if any of the 5 seats on the committee remains vacant, the vacancies can be filled by a member of Council to be nominated by the chairperson of Council and approved by the Council at its meeting following the General Assembly. The Credentials Committee then may begin its work prior to the opening of the General Assembly, if deemed necessary. And similarly, the Committee on Candidatures for the Council may begin its work prior to the opening of the General Assembly, if deemed necessary. So these are the recommendations by Council. I would add that, similar to the prior amendments, there is a change in the name of the institution that's next door to ICCROM, from the Istituto Superiore per la Conservazione ed il Restauro to the Istituto Centrale per il Restauro. There are also changes in Article 13 to Rule 41, Order of Speeches, adding at 41.2, that no one may address the General Assembly without having been called upon by the President, and 41.3, the President may call a speaker to order if his or her remarks are not relevant to the subject under discussion. And the comment by the Secretariat on these amendments is that these are standard rules in conduct of business that exist in other organizational rules, such as UNESCO and the UN. That is the sum of the proposed amendments. Mr. President.
Thank you for this report, John, and we will open up the floor for comments or questions. I give the floor to the United States.
Thank you, Chair. The United States supports these measures to help improve the efficiency of the governing body's processes and procedures, particularly where those measures have demonstrated useful applications across other international organizations. Here we see the proposed amendments to the procedures of the committees on the candidates and candidatures as practical and reasonable and likely to improve the efficiency of those bodies. We also recognize that the proposals of the Council to amend Rule 41 regarding the order of speeches are consistent with those already in place at other international organizations, including at the UN and UNESCO. We would also like to contribute to the President's ability to facilitate a productive discussions at the ICCROM General Assembly. And accordingly, the United States can support the Council's proposed amendments to the Assembly Rules of Procedure. Thank you, Chair.
Do we have any other comments? No one? I believe we have exhausted our list of speakers, and therefore we can proceed to consider the adoption of the draft amendments. I would like to recall that Rule 78 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly stipulates that these rules may be amended by a simple majority. I would like to ask the Secretariat to project the draft decision onto the screen. You have all read it, so we are now moving on the entirety of the amendments to the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly as proposed by the Council, and we are now beginning the voting process. So, I ask you to raise your voting card if you vote yes. That is, you are in favor of adopting the draft amendments. Yes.
As it's read on the screen at the moment, action required, it says the proposed amendments to the ICCROM statutes. It should be the rules of procedure.
You are correct, and it's fault on the screen, and we will correct it.
So they are voting on that.
Yeah. Thank you. I now ask all those voting no, that is against adoption of the draft amendments to the statutes and to the rules of procedure, to raise your voting card. And finally, I ask all those abstaining to raise their voting cards. Thank you. So we have a result, and the total number of yes are 60, of no are 0, abstention are 0. So I hereby declare the rules of procedure of Council of General Assembly adopted. Okay. Colleagues, as you recall, in the working document, there has been a proposal in case the General Assembly adopts the amendments to its rules of procedure to implement without delay the provisions relating to the Credentials Committee and the Committee of Candidatures to Council in order to allow these committees to convene prior to the opening of the 34th session of the General Assembly. So, I suggest that we proceed to an election by acclamation of the members of these committees after the second round of voting for the Council took place, in order to continue consultations to achieve a clean slate. Now we are starting the second round of voting for the council members, and I invite Zoe Reid up to the podium. heard that before, so perhaps it got your attention. So please get seated. We need to continue in the program. We are now actually approaching the end of our agenda and have arrived at the statements of Council Chair, delegates and observers. Therefore, I will now give the floor to the Chairperson of Council to deliver his remarks. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, distinguished delegates, I thank you for the several opportunities that I have had to address you in General Assembly these 2 days. And I rise once more on behalf of the ICCROM Council. On behalf of Council, I want to thank you for your participation in the General Assembly and for your challenging questions and comments. Organizations grow through challenges. All of us can be proud of what ICCROM has achieved during the 6-year tenure of Director General Dr. Weber Ndoro. The Director General's dedication to the founding ideals of ICCROM and to the development and evolution of ICCROM to fulfill the needs of today's world have been an inspiration to all of us who are closely associated with ICCROM. Indeed, the Director General's dedication in the face of many challenges over these past 6 years has motivated Council to complete tasks that previously would not have been considered at all, or would have been deemed impossible from the start. The improved state of ICCROM today is the legacy of the Director General and his very talented team. As we have heard over these 2 days, including from the Ernst & Young auditor, ICCROM is on a firm footing throughout the organization and can look forward to further success ahead. Again, I thank my Council colleagues and especially my Bureau colleagues Michaela Hansen and Florencia Gear. I thank all of the staff at ICCROM headquarters and in the ICCROM office in Sharjah. Most of all, I thank Director General Dr. Weber Ndoro for his dedication, leadership, and friendship. Please join me in applause to recognize the fine service that the Director General has provided in conserving cultural heritage worldwide. Camilla now, or not? No. Okay, good, I'm finished. Mr. President, I have concluded my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. We can now move on to the statements of delegates. As announced yesterday morning, the Secretariat has registered those member states who have requested to speak via email and drew up a list of speakers in the order they received the request. The floor is open for comments from member states who aren't on the list, and they will be given the floor after we have exhausted the list of registered delegations. The order of speaker is as follows: Spain, South Africa, Philippines, Ukraine, Russian Federation, Madagascar, Hungary, Cyprus, Armenia, Serbia, Azerbaijan, Burkina Faso, Dominican Republic, Portugal, Mexico, Colombia, United States of America, Ecuador, Argentina, and Chile. I would like to ask you to try to limit your interventions to under 5 minutes if possible. And then we have, the Secretariat will take notes of the rest. So we go directly over to the representative of Spain.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, President. We express our gratitude to the great work done by ICCROM to know, promote and protect our global cultural heritage. The value attached by ICCROM to study, preserving and spreading this is invaluable. We highly appreciate the initiatives destined to strengthen the collaboration between member states and your assistance. We would like, for this reason, to request, without any further delay, the adoption of Spanish as official language of ICCROM. Our country reaffirms our respect for the diversity of cultures, tolerance, and permanent dialogue. Considering that Spanish is the second greatest spoken language in the world, considering the objectives of the organization, we would therefore reaffirm its acknowledgement as it is aligned with the objectives of the organization, the values of the institution. We believe in trust and cooperation to continue with guaranteeing peace and security internationally. Training, thanks to ICCROM, is key. We defend the case for great expansion of the educational programs, as well as the tools and materials that can be innovative in terms of conservation, preservation, and restoration. To conclude, we believe that we should remember that we should not leave anybody behind. We should build new synergies. Only through constructive and transparent dialogue can we open the doors to consensus and taking strategic decisions. ICCROM joins the other members in contributing decisively to a changing world where climate change, armed conflicts, and the weakening of institutions, among other threats, can be an obstacle to global stability. ICCROM, a unique institution, must be preserved. We give the statements after the meetings held with the majority of the 19 countries of the Latin American region that expressed their unconditional support. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment, but we move on directly to the representative of South Africa for comments.
I thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I join the earlier speaker in appreciating the excellent way you have guided us during this session of the General Assembly, the 33rd session. Our sincere congratulations to the incoming Director General of ICCROM, Ms. Aruna Francesca Maria Gujal, on her election. And please accept my assurances of South Africa's commitment to work with you to maintain and further strengthen the important work of ICCROM. Also appreciate the generous contributions made by the host country, Italy, to enable ICCROM to further its work. To Dr. Weber Ndoro, a distinguished son of the African continent, our sincere gratitude for making us proud during your noteworthy tenure as Director General of ICCROM. Under your able leadership, you expanded the activities of ICCROM to all regions within the well-managed budgetary and human resources and strengthened the position of ICCROM in the global and regional heritage governance framework. We wish you well in your future endeavors and are hopeful that your heritage expertise will not be lost for the continent, as we count on your continuous involvement to advance Africa's cultural heritage. Mr. President, Africa is a diverse continent with various rich cultures, each with their unique identity and practices. This has a global significance for the world at large. Cultural preservation through creative outlets not only acknowledges the past, but also helps to preserve cultural heritage for future generations. For many of us, our heritage has influenced the values we hold as individuals, how we think, and how we interact globally. Preserving heritage helps our communities maintain their identity, promote tourism, and economic prosperity. Heritage preservation should be a collaborative effort involving the business sector, governments, non-governmental organizations, academics, and communities. In conclusion, Mr. President, ICCROM is a valued partner that is well placed to empower the people to preserve their heritage and, where possible, cultivate entrepreneurship through it, thereby serving as a catalyst to inspire people to think differently in preserving their heritage. South Africa is proud to be the host of ICCROM Heritage Hub, and we look forward, under the guidance of the newly elected Director General, to work with ICCROM on implementing programs primarily aimed at transferring skills and empowering youth to leverage their culture and heritage for innovation and entrepreneurship, thereby also celebrating cultural diversity. I thank you.
Thank you very much for this statement. Before we go on the list, I would like to give the floor very briefly to Portugal.
Monsieur le Président.
Yes, Mr. President. I only have one question. Will it be possible for countries, since we already submitted our speeches for translation this morning, will it be possible for Portugal to or give more space to other countries rather than having the time of our speech? Is that possible? Perhaps we can give our time to others that need to speak more.
Okay, I note that you give your time to other speakers, and thank you very much for that, and we go.
But as long as the speech I've done reminds of the preprints, is it possible?
Remind of the preprints, yes.
Just from the Secretariat point of view, to clarify, what you're saying is you'd like to put your speech on the record, to be within the minutes of the General Assembly, but not necessarily have to.
Now, at the preprints, then I would give my time and wouldn't talk here. Is it possible?
I think it is.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
So I give the floor to the Philippines.
Excellencies, the Philippines congratulates Dr. Weber Nodoro, ICCROM Director General, and his team for the excellent work, leadership, and efforts in the preparations leading to this General Assembly. We are pleased to be back in this hall and participate in the first in-person General Assembly since before the pandemic. The Philippines also thanks the government of Italy for graciously hosting ICCROM and Italy's important commitment to support the activities and programs of the organization. The Philippines also congratulates incoming ICCROM Director General, Aruna Francesca Maria Gujral, and the newly elected members of the Governing Council of ICCROM. The preservation and restoration of cultural property remains high in the cultural agenda of the Philippines. We recognize the important role of culture in our national development through landmark legislations that created our cultural agencies with clear mandates. The Philippines created the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, which is mandated to protect, preserve, conserve, and promote the nation's cultural heritage, its property and histories, and the ethnicity of local communities. Recognizing ICCROM's expertise in safeguarding our heritage, the Philippines has actively partnered with ICCROM on several key projects, such as the Nayong Pilipino Museum, in developing a digital database for researchers and local communities to expand access to various artifacts. The Aga Khan Museum in Marawi also worked closely with ICCROM in empowering more Maranao women in the preservation and promotion of culture and arts through capacity building. A recent project with Museo de Isarog early this year on mobile exhibit and a documentary screening using the Ethnobotanical Herbarium collection was also conducted with partners from ICCROM. These are just among the highlights of the Philippines' collaborative partnership with ICCROM, and we look forward to further expanding our areas of cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, the Philippines reaffirms the positive role and contributions of migrants as culture bearers to inclusive growth and sustainable development in countries of origin, transit, and destination. We recognize the human, cultural, and social capital and capacities that diasporas can bring as an important contribution to cultural heritage. The positive integration of migrants and their contribution to cultural heritage into the formulation of policies and in the design of development interventions enhance the effectiveness of programs and projects aimed at contextualizing culture in a globalized world. Accepting and preserving the cultural innovations brought by migrant populations contributes to enhancing the richness and strength of the social fabric of receiving countries, while also promoting tourism and sustainable urban development, among others. Migration also contributes in the development of modern archaeology, anthropology, ethnology, and other recent culture studies, bringing new elements to our understanding of our shared heritage. It is the Philippines' strongly held view that recognizing the contribution of migration in cultural heritage, its preservation and management builds a more inclusive, equitable, and comprehensive representation of our collective world heritage. The Philippines is committed to actively support and collaborate with our partners to safeguard our common heritage and contribute to ICCROM's important work. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this statement. The word now goes to the Philippines. No, to Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Cooperation with the international community are key priorities for Ukraine. The Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine is appealing to international partners for the support in two global directions. The first is operational assistance in case of damage caused by enemy shelling. The second direction is the development of algorithms and decision-making for the preservation, stabilization, and recovery of the Ukrainian cultural heritage. Ukraine set the task of preparing a powerful system of restoration and recovery. However, before starting this process, it's necessary to consider the scale of destruction. Ministry is working on the assessment of 5 groups of damages. First, buildings, immovable property, objects of cultural heritage, historical monuments. Second, museum collections and artifacts. Third, archaeological sites. Fourth, intangible cultural heritage. And fifth, human losses, including those who died or moved outside of Ukraine. We are implementing European standards and methods for assessing damage, loss and risk of cultural heritage, which in the future will form the evidence base that will be used by international judicial institutions. It's necessary to train and support Ukrainian experts, architects and conservators, as many of them left Ukraine due to the war. And we hope for professional and technical assistance for ICCROM in this regard. Building capacities for emergency response is also crucial, as we need our cultural first aiders teams trained and deployed. ICCROM's FAB program, First Aid and Resilience for Cultural Heritage in Times of Crisis, is being activated in Ukraine. Distinguished delegates, I would like to provide the updated data on damages of the cultural heritage and cultural infrastructure. As of September 2023, according to the information provided by regional administrations, at least 1,700 objects of cultural infrastructure and 835 objects of cultural heritage were damaged or destroyed. In this regard, we propose to form a patronage institution for each damaged object, from the beginning to its complete restoration, involving global, European, and world cultural institutions. Our goal is not only to restore, but also to integrate this object into the general tourism system, providing it with the full cultural and educational experience. This function of using cultural heritage is extremely important to Ukraine, and here we count on the support of our international partners. And we highly appreciate the decisions, already made decisions in this regard. To this end, the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy will focus on preservation of cultural heritage and retraining of professionals for restoration, damage and risk assessment, stabilization and early recovery activities, capacity building for cultural field professionals, cultural reintegration of the occupied territories, digitalizations of the heritage, culture and creative sectors, expanding the positive image of Ukraine in the European information field, support for book publishing and programs of the Ukrainian Book Institute, promotion of Ukrainian culture through literature. And in my conclusion, I would like to express gratitude for Dr. Ndara and wish all success in future endeavors for Ms. Aruna Francesca. Thank you.
Thank you for this statement. The word now goes to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, preservation of cultural heritage is one of the priorities for Russia. On the territory of our country, there are many cultural and historical sites of the world significance, which attract millions of tourists from different parts of the planet. Public and private volunteers programs are being implemented in Russia to preserve historical and cultural monuments. One of the significant events in 2023 was the opening of a multifunctional restoration museum center in the Leningrad region. This is a unique regional project of a scientific research, cultural and educational nature, where training programs for restorers and museum workers are implemented. Restoration workshops are equipped with modern technological equipment. The center plans to work on exhibits from both Russian museum collections and the largest museums in the world. We invite our esteemed colleagues to cooperate with this new Restoration Institute. It's really unique. I would like to emphasize that the most important criterion for us while preparing restoration work projects on a particular object is their compliance with the all and highest international standards and UNESCO advisory bodies requirements. I express my sincere gratitude to the ICCROM and ICCROM experts for high rating and positive conclusion on the Russian project of the restoration of the Triumphal Arch of Palmyra, Syria. I am convinced that the restoration of this outstanding cultural monument, which was destroyed due to the terrorist actions, is important for all mankind. Last year marked the 50th anniversary of the 1972 Convention concerning the protection of the world cultural and natural heritage, which throughout its existence has remained the key international legal document in the field of the world cultural and natural heritage protection. The largest and most representative international event dedicated to this anniversary took place in December 2022 in Kazan, Russian Federation. Delegations from 56 states, the CIS, Asia, Africa, and Latin America countries arrived in Kazan. Heads of relevant departments and leading international experts in the field of World Heritage, representatives of NGOs and scientific communities, World Heritage site managers and young professionals discussed the issues of preserving cultural and natural heritage and best management practices. Deliberations that started in Kazan will continue in St. Petersburg on November 16-18 in the International Cultural Forum that will bring together professionals in arts, heads of Russian and world cultural organizations, leading experts and authorities representatives, and to discuss pressing issues in the cultural sector, including those concerning inter-museum dialogue, as well as conservation and restoration of the cultural heritage. We are taking this opportunity to invite you to participate in this main cultural event of the year in Russia. Efforts taken to popularize the ICCROM's contribution to the development of international cultural cooperation are very important in our view. Numerous materials connected to Centre's work are regularly reflected in our National Commission's official newsletter, published on a quarterly basis in Russian and in English. This magazine is targeted at a large circle of readers and is distributed both in Russia and amongst the UNESCO member states. We invite national commissions as well as relevant organizations as well as ICCROM and the organizations which are presented here for cooperation in order to provide the press organ with interesting materials. We are grateful to our colleagues from Azerbaijan, Belarus, Kyrgyzstan and Turkmenistan for having done so already. And in the end, I want to say thanks once again to Mr. Ndoro and to send my best wishes to his successor. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this statement. The word now goes to the representative of Madagascar.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Director General of ICCROM, dear delegates. On behalf of my government, my words of thanks go to Webb Ndoro for his leadership within the organization over the last few years and for the preparation of this General Assembly. I also have the honor to address you, Madam Director General, Madam Aruna. We know that these new responsibilities are an extra opportunity for the implementation of the multiple dimensions of culture at the service of human development and sustainable development goals. So we wish her success. I also would like to thank the member of the Council that will have been elected, and they will renew the leadership and the ties between member countries and the organization. Madagascar ratified all UNESCO conventions on the promotion and conservation of natural heritage in all of its forms. Considering the evolution of new technologies, globalization that advances and current global challenges involving cultural pressures, it is important for our country to retain the distinctive traits, the material, spiritual, intellectual, real traits characterizing the Madagascar society and identity. The protection of cultural heritage, art, lifestyles, values, language, traditions, and beliefs is based on a new law on the cultural policy adopted in 2021. Main innovations are brought about by the recognition and respect of pluralism, culturally speaking, as a factor of social economic development. The recognition of the Cultural National Fund, whose purpose is to allow a better management of a country's heritage. The recent actions by the government include the organization of collections in the Andafjavatra Museum and the Ruva Diafi Museum. We have jewels that demonstrate the rich history of the island. This building embodies the spirit of Madagascar. Visitors know that. Today, the building has been changed to a cultural center, hosting artistic events and events on the history of Madagascar. The residence of a king, the hill of Sacré du Lac, is a tourist site, and the recent museum has been changed into ethnographic museum. Madagascar knows that in order to ensure protection of its cultural properties, basic initiative of local communities need to be privileged with all efforts to improve culture and national tangible and intangible heritage while devoting to the material integrity. In addition, currently we propose the adding to the list of World Heritage Sites the Church of St. Mary, which is culminate where Pierre d'Armond is the priest that devoted. This evangelist brought about economic and social development. We learned how to learn thanks to this priest. In addition, there is a touristic attraction. This is the first church of Madagascar. In the framework of its cultural policy, our government is devoted to the protection, conservation, and enhancement of heritage culture, which attracts attention from public powers. But in order to continue the implementation of these conventions, our professionals need training. They need capacity building regarding the preservation and protection of our cultural properties. We are convinced that culture is an antidote to violence, and I think that you share our views, because we are invited to understand other human beings. We are prepared for tolerance. Culture is the opportunity to create, renovate, and share values. It's the spirit that makes humans real humans. This contributes to the conservation of our cultural heritage. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your statement, and we now turn to the representative of Hungary.
Dear my chair, dear members of the Council, delegation to the General Assembly, and all member states to ICCROM. As the delegation of Hungary, we represent the State Secretary for Architecture within the Ministry of Construction and Transport. Hungary has been a member of ICCROM since 1993, notwithstanding with a short break between 2013 and 2017. In the history of Hungary's ICCROM membership, our country had mandates in ICCROM Council from 1994 to 2001, and also from 2004 to 2007. Following the recent years and the period of COVID, we are open to play an active role in the organization again. The government of Hungary considers the country's memberships to be a priority in terms of cultural heritage protection interest. We are convinced that ICCROM is a great institution fulfilling a mission in the field of preservation of cultural heritage that cannot be replaced by another. In the framework of this cooperation, one of the hand, we would like to pay special attention to making ICCROM's achievements and knowledge known in Hungary, and on the other hand, to further enrich the knowledge of ICCROM and its documentation center and database by presenting and transferring the Hungarian experience. We are proud to say that the institutionalized monument protection in Hungary celebrated the 150th anniversary last year. As for the framework of cultural heritage conservation, the protection and management of the tangible cultural heritage is generally regulated by the Act on the Protection of Cultural Heritage, which is currently being reserved. As you may know, Hungary acceded the UNESCO World Heritage Convention Treaty in 1985, and since then 8 Hungarian sites have been inscribed on the World Heritage List, 1 in the natural and 7 in the cultural category. Hungary always reacts to changes and challenges with innovative solutions. It was in the spirit that the Act on World Heritage was drafted. Furthermore, this year our ministry published the concept of an Act on Hungarian Architecture for public consultation. The new act would include as a clear code the Act on Chambers of the Designer and Expert Engineers and Architects, the Building Act, the Acts on Protection of Townscape, and on the protection of cultural heritage with update content. These responsibilities reflected the UNESCO World Heritage Programme, to which the Hungarian institutional system, strategy and practice of heritage protection are effectively linked. So thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Thank you for your statement, and now it's time for the representative of Cyprus.
Thank you. Dear President of the ICCROM Council, dear Director General of ICCROM, the Republic of Cyprus wishes to congratulate ICCROM for organizing this General Assembly and for its determination to continue its vital contribution for the protection of our common heritage, despite the difficult current conditions the entire globe faces, ranging from armed conflicts and political instability in different regions, the fast and abrupt climate change, migration, economic crisis, and social changes. We do appreciate ICCROM's efforts to keep us all connected during the difficult years of the pandemic and acknowledge its role in providing all countries with the essential tools to assess the impacts of the pandemic on heritage sites and museums and take measures for the protection of both the heritage and the society. If a lesson is learned from the emerging and developing challenges of our time, is that fruitful changes and a sustainable future can only be achieved through preserving the authenticity and values of our heritage and by functioning in unity. Based on this reality and necessity, the Republic of Cyprus fully supports ICCROM's efforts to provide for the protection of our heritage. This is why it is a great honor to have just been elected as member of the ICCROM Council. I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to all member states that supported our candidature. And of course, we also congratulate all candidates, and it has been an honor to be together in this process among leading experts and heritage practitioners. Cyprus, being a member state to ICCROM since 1963, and I myself, in my personal scientific capacity as part of the Council now, will support ICCROM in further developing activities and methods for capacity building for heritage protection, and its efforts to highlight the need for participatory and people-centered approaches to enhance such capacities. ICCROM's targeted workshops on impact assessments for sites and the application of preventive and migration and mitigation measures are key to addressing the complexity and variability of challenges and securing protection. Initiatives and activities put forward by programs such as the FAR on First Aid and Resilience for Cultural Heritage in Times of Crisis and the World Heritage Leadership Program, to name but a few, must be supported and secured. For it is actions that take into account all heritage aspects and assets and livelihood in a tangible manner that are needed, especially in times in which the world is threatened. As part of the Council, Cyprus, due to its geographical location in the Eastern Mediterranean, will continue to focus on preserving the region's threatened rich heritage, considering particularly the unfortunate increase of armed conflict in the Middle East. Cyprus' long expertise and leading role in protecting cultural heritage from threats posed by crimes, being a sufferer itself from conflict, are key in supporting ICCROM's efforts in preserving cultural heritage for future generations. Cyprus also works towards combating the impacts of climate change on heritage and has developed an initiative for climate change actions in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East. On this basis, we reassure all member states that we will continue to support ICCROM to expand research as part of the Council, increase awareness, propose and implement measures, and influence policies in order to safeguard our heritage globally. And of course, we will also communicate the needs of smaller states. We would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to ICCROM and its General Director during the last years, Dr. Weber Doro, for guiding us through the challenges and for providing us with a basis to identify, assess, and address risks and disasters. Dr. Doro, the Republic of Cyprus thanks you for the collaboration and wishes you well in your new endeavors. We also congratulate the new General Director, Mrs. Gujiral, and wish her the best of luck and strength. We look forward to working together for the utmost benefit of ICCROM and our heritage. Again, thank you to all member states. I will do my best to promote and preserve a common vision, which is ICCROM's vision for a resilient heritage and social cohesion achieved through preserving its values, for a safer and a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you for this statement. I give the word to the representative of Armenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I want to thank ICCROM for the fantastic capacity building project, one of which, People, Nature, Culture, I was honored to participate last year in South Korea. We are resolute to deepen our cooperation. Distinguished colleagues, the Armenian highland is the cradle of the Armenian people. During thousands of years inhabiting this territory, the Armenian people created unique and bright culture. References concerning Armenia and the Armenian ethnicity, which lived on that territory for several millennia, are preserved in Sumerian, Assyrian, Persian, Egyptian, and other texts of ancient peoples. After the adoption of Christianity as a state religion, first in the world in 301 AD, churches and cross stones have been predominant in Armenian architecture. Unfortunately, a great damage has been brought to the Armenian ancient cultural and religious heritage in the territories passed under the control of our neighbor Azerbaijan. As you know, Azerbaijan realized cultural genocide and has distorted the history, a state policy for several decades. These words are easily proven when we look at the monuments they removed over the decades, first in Nakhichevan and in the years of 2005 and 2006, and later in the territories of Nagorno-Karabakh, passed under the control of Azerbaijan. In early 90s, during the Azerbaijan's first military aggression against the people of Nagorno-Karabakh, 167 churches, 8 monastic complexes, 123 historical Armenian cemeteries were ruined, blown up, and completely destroyed. 2,500 highly artistic cross stones and more than 10,000 tombstones were broken and turned into building material. Moreover, during peacetime and far from the conflict zone, the Azerbaijani authorities completely destroyed all Armenian cultural and historical monuments in Nakhichevan, where until the end of the 20th century there were 218 Armenian Christian monasteries, churches, and chapels, and more than 4,500 cross stones. Even nowadays, after the war in Nagorno-Karabakh in 2020, Azerbaijan at the state level began to vandalize and destroy the Armenian cultural heritage of the territories passed under the control of Azerbaijan. About 50 cases have been documented when Azerbaijan completely demolished, destroyed, or changed the identity of the Armenian cultural heritage. As I mentioned, all these cases have been documented with articles, photos, and videos, and have been repeatedly presented to UNESCO and other specialized bodies. However, up until now, Azerbaijan refuses to provide access to the fact-finding mission of UNESCO to Nagorno-Karabakh to draw up an inventory of the most significant cultural assets proposed by the UNESCO Director General in November 2020 as a prerequisite for effective protection of the region's heritage. In continuation of its genocidal policy, Azerbaijan launched a new large-scale attack against Nagorno-Karabakh on September 19, 2023, after a 10-month blockade with the aim of ethnically cleansing the entire Armenian population of Nagorno-Karabakh. The population of more than 100,000 Armenians had no choice but to leave their homeland in a few days, where they lived for thousands of years. After forcibly evicting 100,000 Armenians, Azerbaijan is resolutely moving forward with its policy of eliminating any trace of Armenian presence in those territories by destroying Armenian historical and cultural heritage, as well as changing its identity and referring it to the Caucasian Albanese. Dear colleagues, Azerbaijan does not respect not only the cultural heritage of its neighbors, but also does not respect international law and order, cynically ignoring the decisions and orders of authoritative international structures, such as the International Court of Justice, ICCROM, World Heritage Center Director General's proposal, etc. We call on the international community, in particular this respectable structure, whose vocation is to preserve and restore the world cultural heritage, to strongly condemn and take action to prevent the cultural genocide in all its forms against millennia-old cultural and religious heritage that Armenians gave to the world civilization. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your statement. I can see that Azerbaijan has put up their flag, and does that mean that you want a short reply? So I give you the floor briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to use our right of reply to the statement made by the Armenian side today. This speech is another provocative attempt to divert the attention of the international community not only from the previously occupied territories of Azerbaijan, but also from the facts of cultural cleansing in Armenia itself. Armenia subjected Azerbaijani cultural heritage to large-scale destruction, plunder, and vandalism during 3 decades. Over 100,000 artifacts from the cultural monuments located in the previously occupied territories of Azerbaijan were stolen and illegally taken to Armenia. Armenia's key deviation from the universally recognized norms and values of civilized behavior is its firm conviction in the fundamental incompatibility of the Azerbaijanis and the Armenians. This is exactly what the Armenian authorities tried to accomplish by expelling all Azerbaijanis from the historical homeland, which is nowadays in Armenia. Western Zangezur, Gafan, Iravan, Göyçe, Nuvadi, and Vedi, and further unleashing aggression against Azerbaijan, occupying and ethnically cleansing a large portion of its sovereign territory. The deliberate destruction of the physical traces of Azerbaijanis in Armenia was an essential element of their erasure from their historical land. All Azerbaijani localities and toponyms were renamed, and the Azerbaijani historical and cultural heritage, mosques and graveyards were deliberately targeted, vandalized, and consistently eradicated across Armenia. Azerbaijan has repeatedly brought to the attention of the international community the atrocities committed against its historical and cultural heritage, appealing to UNESCO and other international organizations to take urgent measures to ensure the protection of this heritage. Regarding the technical mission, the government of Azerbaijan welcomed the proposal of the UNESCO Secretariat to dispatch a technical mission from the very beginning, and has announced it on many occasions. In fact, Azerbaijan has requested the need to dispatch such mission and brought it to the attention of UNESCO in numerous platforms during past 30 years of occupation. Unfortunately, a dispatch of a mission to the occupied territories of Azerbaijan was prevented each time by Armenia itself, which was acknowledged by UNESCO in its report on the implementation of 54 Hague Convention for the protection of cultural property in the event of armed conflict. So for now, for us, for Azerbaijan, now the war is over. And Azerbaijan itself, has fully restored its sovereignty and launched full-fledged reconstruction and restoration works in order to revive the true and historical image and bygone spirit of this region. Thank you.
Thank you for your reply, and we will now return to the order of speakers, and I give the floor to the representative of Serbia.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, distinguished members of the ICCROM's governing bodies and staff, delegates of the member states and observers. Serbia is committed to fundamental principles in international relations based on international law. We find the role of ICCROM, as well as other organizations involved in the safeguarding, preservation, and restoration of cultural heritage, is now more important than ever before. Therefore, we welcome Mrs. Aruna Francesca Maria Gurial as the new General Director of the ICCROM. Due to her vast experience and leadership skills, we believe that working together with all member states, she will be able to significantly contribute to the activities of the ICCROM in developing capacity, management, inclusiveness, preventive and mitigation measures of safeguarding cultural heritage, and especially in terms of revitalizing the organization. Moreover, the election of a woman for the position of the head of ICCROM for the first time has a special meaning in terms of gender equality. Also, the Republic of Serbia welcomes the election of new members of the ICCROM Council with deep conviction that all of them will responsibly, actively, professionally, and with understanding help the work of this intergovernmental organization and make a significant contribution to its greater prominence and recognition, as well as further promotion, affirmation, and efficiency through their personal participation and equitable regional representation. Congratulations once again on behalf of the delegation of Serbia to Mrs. Gurial and the members elected by the General Assembly, and we wish all the best to Mr. Nagoro in his future work. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that statement. I will give the floor to the representative of Mexico, and you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank for all the work, the joint work with ICCROM over the last years, together with President Ndoro, for the various also workshops. Thanks to the team of specialists in Mexico, we know that in our field, one of the goals is to protect and to develop projects focusing on the cultural heritage, which is putting together different disciplines. It is important to raise awareness for future generations, and it is important to be able to provide conservation, both in terms of material conservation and also the values, cultural values. So all of these actions, education, strategies, all together can actually somehow counteract the conflicts between populations with different identities who are completely involved in different kinds of situations. There is a general idea that culture is simply an adornment, is simply a paraphernalia, but not a source of both environmental and social development. We instead will continue to contribute in this new age. And I joined the Spanish proposal to propose Spanish as an additional official language of ICCROM.
Thank you very much for your statement. Just as a general reminder, we are running late, and for those that could hold their statements brief, perhaps 3 minutes, we would appreciate it. So the word goes on to the representative of Azerbaijan.
Thank you, dear Mr. President. Dear ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, first of all, I would like to congratulate newly elected Director General and Council members of ICCROM. I would like to wish all of them great success. Azerbaijan, a country with a rich cultural heritage, deeply connected with the Silk Road, has consistently demonstrated its unwavering commitment to safeguarding its historical and artistic legacy. This commitment extends not only to the preservation of its own heritage, but also to fostering international cooperation and the exchange of best practice in cultural heritage conservation. Today, 4 examples of cultural heritage of Azerbaijan have been included into the UNESCO list. At the same time, 13 more historical and natural monuments of our country were included in the UNESCO Primary Heritage List. Mutual work is being done with international organizations to include those monuments in the World Cultural Heritage List. Moreover, Azerbaijan's commitment to inclusivity and cultural diversity is manifest on its role as a bridge between Eastern and Western cultures, contributing to a more profound understanding of the cultural heritage challenges and solutions we collectively face. Our position at the crossroads of Europe and Asia allows for a multifaceted perspective on heritage conservation, reflecting the country's historical, architectural, and artistic treasures. This diversity enriches the global discourse on cultural heritage and enhances our collective mission. As we navigate the challenges and opportunities in the field of cultural heritage preservation, the added value of Azerbaijan's experience, knowledge, and cultural diversity is remarkable. We are encouraged by the ongoing collaboration and look forward to a brighter future in which we continue to leverage Azerbaijan's contributions to advance ICCROM's global mission. In the spirit of unity and collaboration, we extend our gratitude to all member states and institutions for their unwavering support and engagement. Dear Mr. President, Azerbaijan is ready to support ICCROM's capacity building projects, its engagement with expert networks, and its hosting of training sessions that promote traditional craftsmanship and conservation methodologies. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your statement. Now the representative of Burkina Faso.
Merci bien, Monsieur le...
1 minute. Armenia has raised a flag, so I guess you want a short reply. Very brief, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I will be really brief, not to bore our colleagues and not to make ICCROM a platform of polemica. We resolutely dismiss the unfounded allegations of Azerbaijan, through which it attempts to conceal its policy of total extermination of the millennia-old Armenian heritage in territories passed under its control. It is very much regrettable that some points of the statement of the Azerbaijani representative were an open aspiration towards sovereign territory of Armenia. Armenian people knows very well the value of cultural heritage. The international structures properly gave their estimation regarding the issue of preservation of cultural heritage in our region. On 10 March 2022, the European Parliament passed a resolution condemning Azerbaijan for the destruction of cultural heritage in Nagorno-Karabakh, denouncing Armenophobia in Azerbaijan and advocating for access to international organizations, including UNESCO, to safeguard heritage. The policy toward the Armenian cultural and religious heritage shows Azerbaijan's disregard not only for the Armenian cultural heritage, but also for the legally binding decisions of the International Court of Justice of 7 December 2021, which urges that Azerbaijan take all necessary measures to prevent and punish acts of vandalism and desecration affecting Armenian cultural heritage, including but not limited to churches and other places of worship, monuments, landmarks, cemeteries, and artifacts. We are confident that only through the efforts of the relevant international bodies it will be possible to prevent the destruction and distortion of the Armenian millenaria cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your reply. And now we turn over to the representative of Burkina Faso. You can take the floor.
Merci bien.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the 33rd session of the General Assembly, it is a true pleasure for me to take the floor on behalf of the government of Burkina Faso to translate to all of you the fraternal greetings from our people. So we have 20 million inhabitants on a surface of 270,000 square kilometers. We are exactly at the core of Africa. It is a country of the Sahel region, inheriting the beautiful cultural heritage, reflecting about 60 ethnic communities, which are its strength and value. So, honorable participants, and the discussions, which often are at the core of polemics, have taken place, still take place, and will take place around the concept of heritage, often due to different crises and multifaceted crises. There are a number of countries confronted to different challenges and lack of finances, and due to extremist attacks, creating instability and also putting the local populations in a difficult situation. All these villages are abandoned, and people abandon their homes, fleeing them and resettled elsewhere. This situation of flees opens up the door to illegal trafficking, the source of terrorism, and also depleting the cultural heritage. These internal displacements also have an impact on managing and conserving these heritage and limiting also the reality of our communities. It's a form of very serious infringement of human rights, in particular the cultural ones. So the preamble of the Freiburg Declaration 1987, where the infringement of cultural violations produce conflicts, identity conflicts, which are at the source of violence, of wars and terrorism. So I don't want to be evil bearer, but I want to say that the situation of terrorism in the Sahel regions and countries is anticipating more serious crises as nothing has been done. And it is also true that the history has always contracted have been in contrast with these attempts, but at the same time, quite often, they have fostered the renaissance of culture and of new forms of creativity, which are vital for human progress. And this is why Burkina Faso, in the outlook of the preservation of our cultural heritage, peace building worldwide, is calling for a new paradigm for our organization, ICCROM, supporting urgent actions to save culture in those countries which are experiencing humanitarian crisis. And certainly this can bring a result. And the government, Burkina Faso government, is committed to undertake constitutional and institutional reforms. That is also the adoption of a new law to strengthen the protection of the cultural heritage. And this act allows for a proper implementation of the provisions. So, Mr. Chair, I am calling to all those states who are now wanting to include in the Council Burkina Faso as Council member, and I want to thank you. Allow me also to congratulate President Nduro, outgoing President of ICCROM, for the many results achieved during his mandate. And likewise, I would like to congratulate the newly elected Director General and the new Council members, wishing full success to the Council. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your statement. And now the representative of the Dominican Republic.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, the Chair. We would like to truly express our recognition to the incredible work. We applaud all the work done to protect, to promote, and the global cultural heritage. We also applaud the implementation of training programs in Spanish and including this language on the website. And thanks to the generosity of Spain, enhance inclusion and multilingualism, strengthening ICCROM for the benefit of all, namely the many Spanish-speaking countries. We also call for the adoption of Spanish as the official language of ICCROM, as it is currently the second most widely spoken native language in the world. This recognition is in line with the universal dimension of the organization. We also believe that all of the ICCROM activities should improve communication and improve transparency, involving member states to strengthening the democratic nature of intergovernmental bodies. In order to conclude, we would like to congratulate the new director, Aruna Gurjal, for her election, and we also hope that she can actually together work developing networks with member states and strengthen those networks with all of the member states through a constructive and transparent dialogue in a spirit of fraternity and inclusion. So to open up the consensus building and strategy definition, ICCROM is the sum of all its individual members. It is called to take important decisions in a country where climate change, armed conflicts, the depletion and the weakening of many institutions, among other threats, certainly are a threat to international stability. So ICCROM, due to its specific features, has to be preserved and strengthened. Our past opens up the floor to a better future. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your statement. The word now goes to the representative of Colombia.
First of all, I just would like to confess something and tell you openly that out of a coincidence between the cultural governmental world, the diplomatic world, and my dear friends in charge of conservation, Mr. King, those friends who all together we have and enjoy in our country, and that you have visited with great satisfaction on our side. So the fact that I am the cultural counselor here in Rome, Rome is part of my life. I have lived many years. I've been twice appointed here, posted here as a diplomat, and this is a great opportunity for me. So I truly hope that there shouldn't be any form of conflicts or intrigues which can have an impact. And fortunately, in my case, I was lucky to come twice with 9 sites, archaeological sites, which are called are sort of classed as heritage by UNESCO in 30 years and 3 decades. We don't have much to say, but this is maybe you're aware. We speak about as Colombian, and we have suffered very closely and also over 50 years a terrible internal armed conflict. And the peace agreements of 2018 has certainly contributed to reduce these tensions. There are about 15,000 warriors who have been reinserted and reincluded in social life, where culture, where the safety and protection of the heritage will play an important role. They will be the new guardians of our heritage, both the material and immaterial heritage of our country. We truly hope that this will open up a new age and that we are ready to support in a very determined way, just as we have supported now the election of the new director, Gurjal. And Colombia, as you're aware, certainly will be a very loyal partner and extremely creative as well. Thank you very much in all the 3 languages.
Thank you for this, and the word goes to the representative of the United States of America.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. It's a privilege to address you today in Rome as one of the world's leading cultural centers. I would like to extend a sincere thanks to our Italian hosts for your leadership across multilateral space. The United States would like to thank the Secretariat and the Council for the substantive reports. We would also like to congratulate the Director General Enduro for his leadership, strategic thinking, and significant achievements during the biennium. We look forward to partnering with the newly elected DG Aruna and to building together on recent progress to facilitate the strategic vision of member states, council, and the Director General for this unique institution. The United States would also like to thank outgoing councilman John Robbins for his dedication and tenure on the council since 2017. The United States commends ICCROM for its quick action in support of Ukraine's cultural heritage and acknowledges the impressive work of its First Aid and Resilience for Cultural Heritage in Times of Crisis program. To expand the capacity within Ukraine to recover and safeguard its cultural heritage, a pillar of Ukrainian cultural identity, the United States is proud to have awarded a grant of $246,000 to ICCROM in March for the first phase of its Ukraine appeal, specifically to work with the Ukrainian Ministry of Culture, Information, Policy, and Heritage Emergency Response Initiative on the risk mapping and analysis of cultural heritage sites damaged during the war. We also encourage ICCROM to see tackling multicultural issues of preservation, sustainable development, as well as climate change, such as their Youth in Africa program. The United States also recognizes this connection through our Ambassadors Fund for Cultural Preservation. The United States strongly supports ICCROM's work. We are deeply invested in ICCROM's continued success as a leading contributor of assessed contributions and as an active participant in the governing bodies, including ICCROM's Finance and Audit Committee and General Assembly. To conclude today's ICCROM's mission and international cooperation are ever more essential. The United States is proud of its partnerships with ICCROM and looks forward to reinforcing our accomplishments with the incoming leadership. We're in this together. We have no time to lose. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the representative of Ecuador.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much. Ecuador would like to express the recognition of the work carried out by ICCROM in preserving and conserving the cultural heritage and renewing our commitment with this organization. My delegation also would like to express my congratulations to Mrs. Aruna Maria Francesca Gural on her election of Director General of ICCROM. We would like to congratulate the fact that she is the first woman in this role and wish her best success in her work. At the same time, we encourage her to bring about the necessary changes in the organization to meet global challenges, and also to align the organization to the 2030 agenda, and also to guarantee or ensure efficiency and transparency. Indeed, inclusiveness must be at the heart of ICCROM's management, i.e. that is to reach as many countries as possible with a positive impact and strengthen collaboration with member countries. For instance, by increasing the number of online training programs, which are fundamental for developing countries whose experts have severe financial restrictions. Likewise, and in line with the action of other international organizations, it is essential to guarantee multilingualism within the organizations. Let me recall that in 2011, the United Nations advocated multilingualism as a means to promote, protect, and preserve the diversity of languages and cultures worldwide, which meant that also this implied the promotion of respect for cultural diversity, intercultural dialogue, and a broader and more effective participation. In this regard, I am referring especially to Spanish, the language spoken by more than 500 million people globally. The world's second mother tongue by number of speakers. It is a language of reference and shared values, and it is a language of 21 countries with an important cultural heritage. In this regard, we call the General Assembly and the ICCROM Directorate and Council to adopt necessary measures to include Spanish as an official language of the organization, aware of the fact that there are resources to achieve that. We would like to take this opportunity to thank the government of Spain for its important contribution to the development of the website in Spanish, and also to provide interpretation services for this assembly. We would also like to thank Italy for hosting the headquarters of ICCROM and for its ongoing and unwavering support of ICCROM. So a modern organization needs to have open and transparent processes in its governing bodies and in the election of its directors. Therefore, we believe that it is essential to reform the rules of procedure, especially for the election of the Director General and other representatives, so that member states can have a say and participate, as is the case in all other international organizations, as well as in the decision-making on issues of interest to the organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We turn to the representative of Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I'll speak in Spanish.
Firstly, Argentina would like to recognize the work of Mr. Ndoro and, of course, through him, all the staff of ICCROM. We also like to welcome the new General Director, Mrs. Gurshal, and we hope that's for the first time we have a woman in this role. We also thank Italy for support given to the organization, as explained in the report presented a few hours ago to the Assembly. Finally, we support Spain's motion to include Spanish as official language of this organization. The protection of cultural heritage also includes implicitly its dissemination to the widest possible public. It needs to be democratic. The option of Spanish as official language of the organization will be a step forward towards that direction. Thank you.
For the statement, and next is the representative of Chile.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chile welcomes the election of a new Director General and new members of the Council and strengthens its commitment to cooperate in anything needed to enhance the work of conservation carried out by ICCROM and its projects worldwide. Allow me to refer to an important point for my country, namely insisting on multilingualism and inclusion of Spanish as third official language of the organization. In this way, we also thank Spain for its contribution and having allowed, among other things, interpreting services during this General Assembly. Spanish is among the most spoken languages, and it is also the language of 90% of Hispanophone people. So it is a worldwide richness. We want to include this to ICCROM. The inclusion of a language will also bring a greater contribution to the conservation of the heritage on a wider scale. We think that this will go hand in hand with increased supply of Spanish-speaking courses for access to training and interchange of good practices in a more inclusive way. By way of examples, of the 11 courses organized in 2022-23, only one was organized in Spanish, and for no such course exists in 2024 in the agenda. We think that what we want to do in our delegation is in line with the ICCROM's purpose to diversify instruments of diplomacy, for it to be multicultural. Finally, Mr. President, if based on the spirit of regeneration as recognized by the Vice Minister of Italy for Foreign Affairs, we want to encourage the purpose of digitalization. ICCROM needs to go towards that direction and disseminate its value through the study and preservation of cultural property. That's also our commitment. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to the representative of India.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. I know attention deficit can be one of the perils of being the last speaker, so I'll urge for your kind patience. It is indeed a privilege to speak at this distinguished forum as a delegate from India, a 5,000+ years old civilization from where ICCROM's birth was first announced to the world, and doing it in Rome, another civilization where it is housed permanently. At the outset, allow me to compliment the ICCROM Secretariat and staff for the overall organization and successful conduct of the 33rd General Assembly of ICCROM. I would also like to express our gratitude to the outgoing Director General, Mr. Nodro, for his leadership in challenging times. India welcomes with enthusiasm the incoming Director General, Madam Gujral, and the newly elected Council members. We hope to continue to engage, in fact, deepen our relationship with ICCROM in a more meaningful manner. 2023 has been a remarkable year for us in terms of policy deliberations and advocacy in the spirit of the G20 India Declaration, which recognizes the transformative role of culture for life. We successfully organized the country's first ever 3-day International Museum Expo to celebrate the International Museum Day, embracing diversity of stakeholders over a wide-ranging thematic expressions, including a roundtable on conservation with individual and institutional experts. We would therefore very much like to explore the possibility of co-organizing with ICCROM an international conference on conservation for practicing professionals as well as communities as part of our second edition of the International Museum Expo in May 2024 for greater visibility to the organization in our country. We live in an age of creative industry mediated by new and emerging technologies where new identities are being forged. The imperative for seeking directions for the future of the past has never been more exigent than it is now. This calls for an interdisciplinary and translation approach involving professionals, communities, and also policy makers to work in tandem for creating e-knowledge networks and platforms for awareness, appreciation, and dissemination for preservation, protection, restoration of our cultural heritage. The idea of proactive and anticipatory archiving of the contemporary built heritage through use of new and emerging digital technologies, including through the Human Library Project, also interests us greatly. The idea of administering one of the ICCROM's flagship programs, especially FAR, for climate resilience programs, can be explored as also replication of the Heritage Hub for Youth program for institutionalization with and in convergence with our flagship International Museum Expo 2024. In line with its commitments towards creating professional leadership on cultural heritage by our Indian Institute of Heritage, we seek enormous scope for ICCROM and IIH to work in alignment for creating future professionals for the creative economy, not just in India, but offer our services across the globe. Let me also utilize this opportunity at this forum to extend an invite to ICCROM and all fellow delegates to our India Art, Architecture and Design Biennale from the 8th of December to the end of March 2024, which is a maiden effort as a follow-up to the International Museum Expo to center stage the face of contemporary Indian art, architecture and the design practitioners community. India will continue to engage in the discourse on conservation and restoration of cultural heritage in sync with Mahatma Gandhi's talisman for decision-making, keeping in mind the last man standing, and assures its best support for heritage for all. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. I once more remind you of that we are running late, but we now turn the floor over to the representative of Saudi Arabia. Please.
Shukran. It will be very short. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much. I congratulate the new elected General Director, and thanks for Dr. Weber for his amazing work during the last years. Congratulations also to the elected members of the Council. I just want to emphasize on Saudi Arabia commitment to work with ICCROM in all aspects that we are working on, either capacity building, research, empowering our communities, and we are willing to do this in a larger scale. And it is a good opportunity also to remind that we were honored to host the World Heritage Committee, the 45th one. ICCROM was there with a strong presence, and we were honored to have this huge event this year, alhamdulillah. And finally, I want just to emphasize on our flexibility and our commitment in Saudi Arabia after the creation of Ministry of Culture and the creation of Heritage Commission to work specifically with all ICCROM mandate and programs to make the best of the two parties, and we are willing to discuss the many subjects and projects that we are planning, and we're already discussing it with ICCROM and our regional partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now to the Republic of Korea. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Chair, Director General, and distinguished delegates. The delegation of the Republic of Korea would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Director General Weber Ndoro for his leadership and dedication, all ICCROM staff members, Italian government, and the contributions of all member states. This delegation also congratulates new Director General, ICCROM Council members, and also thanks the member states who supported our candidature. The Republic of Korea has been an active member state of ICCROM since 1968. Over the past few decades, the world has changed significantly, and new challenges cannot be met by one country alone. In 2022, Korea renewed cooperation with ICCROM with the continuing support of the Funds in Trust in capacity building programs such as Collasia and the World Heritage Leadership Programs. The Republic of Korea is committed to enhancing cooperation with ICCROM and all member states in order to conserve cultural heritage for the benefit of current and future generations. Thank you once again, Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates.
Thank you, and now the floor to the representative of Sudan.
Thank you, President of the General Assembly, General Director of ICCROM, distinguished delegates of member states. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Ms. Anna Gujral for being appointed as the Director General of ICCROM, wishing her a very successful and productive term of office. I also extend my congratulations and sincere wishes to each one of the 12 esteemed members newly elected to the Council of ICCROM and the other 2 who will join them very shortly, I hope. I would also seize this opportunity to express Sudan's appreciation to the remarkable efforts made by Dr. Weber Ndoro throughout his tenure, which witnessed really a distinguished and vital cooperation between Sudan and ICCROM. Allow me also to congratulate Dr. Ndoro and the ICCROM Secretariat for successfully conducting the 33rd ordinary session of this ICCROM General Assembly, especially after the difficulties faced before due to the global pandemic. I address you today with a plea for urgent action to protect and preserve our country's rich cultural heritage. As you all might know, Sudan is facing a crisis since last October, which left devastating impact on not only our people, but also our cultural heritage. And this crisis also put our related authorities in a very adverse situation to fulfill their duties of safeguarding our invaluable heritage. As you might all also know, Sudan's historical sites are spread all across the country. And although the National Corporation of Antiquities and Museums of Sudan had managed successfully to develop a comprehensive safeguarding strategy in collaboration with ICCROM FAR during the 2 workshops which were co-organized last June and July by the UNESCO Khartoum and UNESCO Cairo, unfortunately that strategy was not put into action yet, and that was due to the lack of sufficient financial resources. As we learned from similar cases in other countries, time is of essence, and any delay could result in irreparable damage to Sudan's heritage and monuments. Therefore, we must ask you to help us to act quickly to prevent any further damage to our heritage, and also to be prepared to respond rapidly and timely to any emergencies that may arise. Finally, I would like to convey our deepest gratitude to Italy for its invaluable support in the rehabilitation of Sudan's National Museum. And I would like also to extend Sudan's heartfelt appreciation to the states of Qatar and Turkey for their dedicated efforts in preserving and promoting Sudan's rich heritage sites and monuments. We are truly also thankful to all the archaeological foreign missions working in Sudan, as well as organizations such as ICCROM, Athar, ICOMOS, Aleph Foundation, British Council Cultural Protection, Prince Claus Fund, and British Museum, and also Mallinson Architect, for their unwavering commitment and generous contributions of time and resources have been instrumental in advancing our cause. Let us remember that any damage to cultural properties affects not only the people it belongs to, but also the cultural heritage of all mankind. And let us work together to protect and preserve Sudan's cultural heritage for the coming generations. Thank you.
Thank you all, dear delegates. We have also statements from the observers, and there are 3 observers on the list. It's Venezuela, Acunara, and ICOMOS. And first we turn to Venezuela as a suspended member state attending in an observer capacity. So please.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. Good evening. It's the first time that I address to this August Assembly, and therefore I cannot do but congratulate the President, the Secretariat, and the members of the Council for the excellent work in the fulfillment of the mandate of this Assembly and ICCROM. It's a moment of transition, and I also express our best wishes for the new Director General and the new members of the Council. Having said this, Venezuela asked the floor. Why did we ask for the floor? We wanted to inform all member states and the Directorate the reason why our country couldn't fulfill its obligation vis-à-vis ICCROM. For many years, we suffer from measures unilaterally imposed by countries that are publicizing this, and they make reference to these measures. Venezuela, for these measures, Venezuela has no access to the world banking system. We cannot make no transfers to or any other financial transactions allowing us to fulfill the obligations with international organizations, some of which I must say acknowledged the unjust situations caused by this sanction and continue to allow us to be active voting members with some restrictions, and we thank them for that. Having said this, Venezuela reiterates its intention to fulfill its obligations with ICCROM, and we are prepared to find measures to be assessed that will allow us to continue with ICCROM as we have always done. I will also take a few extra time on a couple of points that called my attention yesterday. I followed this debate on point number 9 of the agenda. Let's consider the example of other countries that normally we submit the question. There are 4 states that were not named that submitted a request. I will also refer to this consideration, which is much used in our organization. There's no need to name the states deliberately, explicitly. Venezuela was not mentioned, but did this in good faith in order to improve the procedure. Lastly, as we are suspended in this situation, I simply second the proposal to introduce Spanish or Castilian Spanish as the official language of ICCROM. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. The word goes to Akunara. ACCU, Nora.
Yes. Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to present our ICCU Nala Center, Cultural Center for UNESCO. We have organized this initiative together with ICCROM, and this cultural center has continued for so many years, more than 20 years. We also have a thematic individual internship program. These two internships are organized in Japan for invited interns. We also have training courses that take place in various parts of the world. For 3 years, all events are organized online due to COVID-19. And this year we restarted to organize in-person internships. In December, we held an international conference on management of crisis in the area of cultural heritage in the Asia-Pacific region with the cooperation of ICCROM. I would like to express all of our thanks to ICCROM. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And now the representative of ICOMOS.
Thank you, President. The International Council on Monuments and Sites congratulates ICCROM on its remarkable achievements during the past biennium. ICCROM's efforts to address the extraordinary challenges facing cultural heritage today, such as climate change and conflicts, are truly commendable. Preserving our shared heritage has become more critical in an era marked by rapid environmental transformation and increasing global tension. We are aware of ICCROM efforts in actively engaging with a wide range of stakeholders, including ICOMOS, to advocate for protective measures and offer valuable training to professionals operating in areas affected by conflict. ICOMOS welcomes this strengthened collaboration with ICCROM. Please accept the warmest congratulations once again on your exceptional accomplishment. In the complex period in which we all live, this achievement would not be possible without a great team. Therefore, on behalf of ICOMOS and myself, particularly myself, let me express our gratitude to ICCROM Council, the Secretariat, with special thanks to Webendoro for his leadership during these years. Thank you.
Thank you. And now for the last statement of the evening from the delegate of ICOM.
Thank you, Chair. I am aware that being the last of such a dense and challenging day, it's a problem. I promise I have to read just 3 very short paragraphs. As President of ICOM, the International Council of Museums, I thank ICCROM for inviting me to this impressive General Assembly. I also want to warmly congratulate Aruna Francesca Maria Gujal, the newly elected Director General. I am sure that under her leadership, ICCROM will continue developing the programs that are so important all over the world for the protection of cultural heritage. I also would like to stress ICOM's collaboration in projects like Our Collections Matter and the First Aid and Resilience for Cultural Heritage in Times of Crisis. It is ICOM's great interest to deepen our relationship because we We highly value the work of ICCROM in the fields of professional training, heritage protection, disaster risk management, and sustainable solutions to fight against climate change. With its 140 national committees, 34 thematic international committees, and 7 regional alliances, ICOM is ready to share experience, to collaborate on in-field actions, to support the motto, our heritage, our future. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, all of you. And even if you are running late, we need to follow up on a few decisions that have been taken before. So, dear colleagues, as you may recall, under item 18, you adopted the modifications to the rules of procedure of the General Assembly. I'm happy to report that after consultation, we have a proposal to elect the 5 members of the Committee on Candidatures for Council and the Credentials Committee. I would like to ask the Secretariat to display on the screen the proposal candidates.
No, not United States, not United States. This is,
Okay.
There's a mistake.
Yeah, there is a mistake on this, so. Are we okay? So, now we see the candidates on the screen. Dear, can I take that we can that there are no objections to elect these candidates by acclamation? Sorry, you want to make an intervention?
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you so much. My delegation would invite you to consider in the future and also in future council meetings diversity. Did you notice that among these candidates there is not even one from Latin America? Thank you.
We are aware of this situation, so we will bring that back. So, but we can declare that the candidates are elected to serve. I thank you for allowing to implement immediately the modified rules of procedure, and hereby I leave the floor to Zoe Reid to also present the result of the last election.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates. Okay, we are now on to the final piece of business, which is the results of the second round of election for members to the Council of ICCROM. So I'm hoping the first slide that will appear will be the slide with the 3 names for the members that you voted for and the number of votes that they received. Okay. So, as you can see, there were a total of 77 votes. There was 1 invalid vote, which meant that there were 76 valid votes. Would you like me to read out the names, or is it nice and clear? It's all on one slide. Everybody happy with this? Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Now, the next slide should be the results, the full results of the first round of votes from this morning's casting of ballot votes. Now, again, I appreciate this is a long list. And I can offer, quite happily, to read through the list again with citing the number of votes cast. If you would like me to, that's fine. I will point out, you will see that it's the full list and it includes the 3 council candidates who tied with their tied votes. There, you can see them there at the tying of 48 votes each. Okay, and we would, for transparency, just go down through that list and see. And I would take the opportunity to say thank you to everybody who put themselves forward to stand for council. It is greatly appreciated that we actually had such a wealth of delegates going forward. I think that is, as other people have said, a real testament to the work that ICCROM is doing and that so many member states wish to be involved and wish to have their representatives involved. Okay, is that all clear? Any clarity liked? And then the next slide we should see will have the list of the members elected to the ICCROM Council by this General Assembly, the 33rd General Assembly. And I will read, if you want, that list of names. So I'm hoping that's going to come up. While we're waiting for that, I will just say that could we ask all the newly elected council members, we appreciate it's been a long day, but if you would just remain in this auditorium for 5 minutes after the assembly concludes so that the Secretariat can give you your envelope with your agenda for tomorrow and some clear instructions. Okay, so it's fantastic to see the list of names behind me. I can see them on the screen. So we have Nora Al-Hamas, Fadi Ba Louis, Nanette Dijon, Kenza Duformantel, Anthi Kadeli, Anna Laborde Marquez, Alie Manier, Kaz Heikiko Nishi, Isabel Raposo de Magelis, Mokhtar Samfo, Lashar Sartafa, Ji Young-shin, Alexandra War, and Otter Wetterberg. And I now get to declare that the election to council is concluded. Thank you very much. Now I will give the floor back to the President and let him conclude from here. Okay. Thank you, Otto.
First, I ask if there are any other business. I don't see any hands, or Italy is requesting the floor.
Yes, Mr. President. Sorry, just a point of order. I must have missed something, but we would very much appreciate to have the agenda of tomorrow's morning council. Is it possible to get it, or I didn't get it, or we're not looking it on the website? None of us here seems to have received it.
It's being sent, and it will be given to everybody in the room. Sorry. As I understand, it's being sent right now, and it will be given to everybody in the room as well. But it's not, yeah. Excuse me?
We've asked council members to remain behind for 5 minutes. At the conclusion of the session now, we're asking elected council members or council members to remain behind for 5 minutes so that we can give you the agenda for tomorrow. And
okay, just a request. Given the fact that we attended the council on November the 1st, which was a national day, and we were not on holiday, and given the fact that tomorrow is Saturday, and the fact that we are very tired after 2 days, we would very much appeal not to have the early start of the council tomorrow morning. And we are in Italy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that intervention. So, but we go. Yeah. 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 So first we have a short item on adoption of the decisions. I would like to invite the Secretariat to present the report containing the decisions adopted by the General Assembly at its 33rd session. So, Joking, you are welcome.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. As you all know, those of you that have been to ICCROM before, as you know, we adopt the draft decisions, and essentially I read through the draft decisions. And this is just as a clarification. I'm not reading these to reopen them to have a debate, another debate about things. It's just to ensure the sort of the accuracy of this decision, so we can go through quickly and we can make sure that it's accurate, and item by item the chair can ask if there are any issues related to the accuracy, and then we can go on and approve it. The other thing that I'm going to say, because of time, is that I'm not going to read people's names. What we'll do is we'll just have the list up. When we get to the list of things, we'll just put the list up there, and I think hopefully that would be sufficient. So if you're in agreement, I will begin without further delay, because I know it's late already. So. These are the decisions of this 33rd session of the General Assembly. Agenda item 2, the adoption of the provisional agenda. 2.1, the General Assembly unanimously adopts the provisional agenda, document GA 33/2 as amended. Well, I guess I can do it. Are there any? If there are no issues, I'll go on to the next one. Agenda item 3: election of the president and vice presidents of the 33rd session of the General Assembly. 3.1: the General Assembly unanimously elects the proposed candidate Ola Wetterberg from Sweden as president of the 33rd session. I'll continue. 3.2, the General Assembly unanimously elects the 3 proposed candidates for vice presidency at its 33rd session. And as I said, I'm actually not going to read these names now. You can see the names up on the screen, and I'll just ask if everything is acceptable on that. So if we can go to the next item, item 4. The General Assembly unanimously, this is 4.1, the General Assembly unanimously elects the following 5 candidates proposed by the Council to the Credentials Committee for its 33rd session. And again, you can see the names on the screen. Item 4.2, the General Assembly unanimously elects the following 5 candidates proposed by the Council for the Committee on Candidatures to the Council for its 33rd session. And again, you can read the names on the screen. Okay, can we go on, please? Agenda item 5, the General Assembly unanimously accepts the following observers at its 33rd session, and I'm definitely not going to read all of these lists. So I'll just say there are partner institutions in the first group, and then please go down. Please go down. Okay. Then there's the ICCROM council members. Then there are special advisors to the Director General of ICCROM, independent consultants. And I believe that's it for this one. I see no comments. Next one, please, go down. Okay. Agenda item 7, adoption of the records of the 32nd session of the General Assembly. The General Assembly unanimously adopts the minutes of the 32nd session of the General Assembly as recorded in document GA 32/7. I see no comments. Item 8, report of the Credentials Committee. 8.1, the General Assembly unanimously adopted the report of the Credentials Committee. I see no comments. Item 9, report on assessed contributions in arrears. Application of Article 9 of the statutes. 9.1, the General Assembly, considering the total amount of the contributions to ICCROM that have fallen due and that have not been paid by member states of Afghanistan, Bolivia, Chad, Malawi, Mali, Nigeria, Pakistan, Paraguay, Senegal, and Zambia exceed the amount of their contributions payable for the current calendar year and the immediate preceding calendar year, takes note that the member states of Afghanistan, Bolivia, Chad, Malawi, Mali, Nigeria, Pakistan, Paraguay, Senegal, not Sudan, actually Sudan should be removed from that. So I'm actually making a correction here. Can you remove Sudan? Thank you. And Zambia have lost their right to vote in the General Assembly and their right to propose candidates for membership on the Council. Let me stop. I see no comments. 9.2, the General Assembly taking note of the intervention of the delegate from Lebanon and recognizing the existence of special circumstances beyond the member state's control and that a payment plan has been promised, the General Assembly decides to waive the application of Article 9b of the statutes for Lebanon, for which the member state has omitted to pay their contributions that have fallen due during 4 consecutive calendar years. I see no comments. Next. 9.3, the General Assembly, considering that the member states of Ethiopia, Iran, Lesotho, Mozambique, and the Syrian Arab Republic have omitted to pay their contributions that have fallen due during the 4 consecutive calendar years, takes note that the member states of Ethiopia, Iran, Lesotho, Mozambique, and the Syrian Arab Republic have lost their right to vote in the General Assembly and their right to propose candidates for membership of the Council, and shall cease to be entitled to receive any services from ICCROM. Okay, I'll move on. 9.4. The General Assembly, taking note of the intervention of the delegate of Yemen and recognizing the existence of special circumstances beyond the member state's control and that a payment plan has been promised, this General Assembly decides to waive the application of Article 9c of the statutes for Yemen, for which the member state has omitted to pay their contributions that have fallen due during 6 consecutive calendar years. Yemen wishes to take the floor, I believe.
Thank you. I want to mention that I did not indicate to that there is a payment plan which has been promised. I indicated that the situation in my country is so hard, and that's why the reasons for inability to pay still exist. this exactly? What?
Yes, sir. Actually, I do understand that. Actually, what was just handed to me was the fact that one is required in order to remove the sanction. But actually, I'm going to say something else, which is that the president actually read this when it was adopted exactly as it's written. So it was actually adopted this way by the General Assembly at the moment that this was adopted. So I don't know how to resolve that, to be honest with you, because this is actually the text that was adopted by the General Assembly at the time that this was adopted.
But this is what I want just to mention.
To flag. Okay.
There is no payment plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can note that, and actually we can note that, and we will put that into the minutes of the meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and
Thanks a lot.
I appreciate that. Okay. So that's fine. Thank you. Next. 9.5, the General Assembly, considering that the member state of Honduras has omitted to pay their contributions that have fallen due during 6 consecutive calendar years, decides that the member state of Honduras shall be suspended from ICCROM. Okay, next, please. And again, I'm not going to read the whole list. The General Assembly unanimously adopts the report of the Committee on Candidatures for the Council and declares the following persons as candidates for the ICCROM Council. And I would ask you to just scroll through quickly. Well, not quickly, slowly, actually, so people can read, but just scroll through. Any interventions? I don't see any. Okay, so we go to item 11, report of the implementation of program of activities and budget 2022-2023 by the Director General. The General Assembly unanimously approves the report of implementation of the program of activities and budget 2022-2023, which is document GA 33/11.1. The report on programs, and GA 33/11.2, report of the financial situation, and GA 33/11.3, the report on digital transformation. I see no comments, so we can go to the next one. ICCROM Award. The General Assembly endorses the decision of the ICCROM Council to present the ICCROM Award to Agnes Brokeroff. Okay, next. Report of the ICCROM Council and by Council Chair. The General Assembly unanimously approves the following reports: an oral report of the general report on the activities of the Council and the audited financial statements for 2021 and 2022, audited by Ernst & Young, SPA, document GA 33/13.2. I see no comments. Item 14, appointment of the Director General. The General Assembly, following the recommendations of the ICCROM Council, by a majority of those present and voting, elects Aruna Francesca Maria Gujaral to be the next Director General of ICCROM. I see nothing. Next one. Down. Okay. Election of agenda item 15, election of members of the Council of the ICCROM Council. The General Assembly declares the following candidates for Council duly elected. Again, not going to read the names as they've been read before, so I will leave it at that. I see no interventions. If we can go down. Agenda item 17, draft amendments to the ICCROM statutes. The General Assembly, by a more than 2/3 majority of member states present and voting, and representing a majority of more than 1/2, excuse me, more than 1/2 of the member states of ICCROM, approved the proposed amendments to Article 4, 5, and 9 of the ICCROM statutes as presented in document GA 33/17.1 as follows. Now again, I am not going to read these because these are in your document, but within the decision itself, it lays out the changes that have been approved, basically the changes of the name from the Istituto Superiore to the ICCROM. So you can continue to go down, sure. Any comments on that? I see none. 17.2, Upon request of the member states submitting the amendments to the ICCROM statutes, the General Assembly decides to suspend the discussion of the proposed amendments to Article 4, 5, and 9 of the ICCROM statutes as presented in GA 33/17.2. Any comments on that? I see none. Agenda item 18, draft amendments to the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly. The General Assembly, by more than two-thirds majority of the member states present and voting, approved the proposed amendments to Rule 23, 24, 39, and 41 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly as presented in document GA 33/18 as follows. And again, I'm not going to read them all again. We'll just slowly scroll through. But these are the ones that you saw in the document itself and were approved. Agenda item 19, and actually this is kind of funny because I am going to read it this time. Agenda item 19 on the program of activities and budget for 2024 and 2025. The General Assembly approves the program of activities and budget for the biennium 2024-2025 presented during its 33rd session. And the following budget appropriation resolution. No, maybe I won't read it, but because that's also, again, as we said, in the document. So this is taken directly from the document and put into the to the decision. So you can slowly scroll through that, and I actually won't read it. Okay, continue. Agenda item 20.1, relations with the host country, Italy. The General Assembly thanks the government of Italy for its ongoing support of ICCROM, and in particular, the progress on the maintenance contribution and the work on the Via di San Michele 13 premises of ICCROM to ensure that they are structurally sound and that necessary improvements are made to ensure access for disabled persons, meeting the norms of fire emergency safety, energy efficiency, and other necessary operational infrastructure. Requests the government of Italy to set up with the Secretariat a high-level working group to discuss issues related to the spaces that were returned to the government in anticipation of the earlier proposed moving of the premises, which is no longer happening. Requests work to be continued towards setting up an annual tripartite meeting between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Culture, and the ICCROM Secretariat to facilitate cooperation on areas of common interest, and requests the Director General to regularly update the Council and General Assembly on the follow-up. Any comments? I see none. Agenda item 20.2, relation with the host country of the Sharjah Regional Office, the United Arab Emirates. The General Assembly thanks the government of the UAE and the Emirate of Sharjah for the ongoing support of ICCROM and its activities, and in particular, the increase in the voluntary contribution to cover additional costs of the regional office. Welcomes the ongoing discussions in regard to the possibility of secondments to ICCROM, as well as the recently concluded biannual consultation meeting, and requests the Director General to regularly update the Council and the General Assembly on the follow-up. Any interventions? I see none. Next, please. No? Go back up a bit. Or, no, no, what do we, yeah, sorry, go back down. Somehow we went backwards. Apologies. Okay, that's it. Okay, and agenda item 23. And this, actually, I hold off generally holding this back because you actually have to approve this first. You have to adopt this first. But assuming that you adopt this, agenda item 23, the adoption of the report setting forth the decisions of the 33rd session of the General Assembly, and assuming that this gets adopted, you will have approved the report of the 33rd session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, I want to take the opportunity to thank you very much, but I also want to take the opportunity, because I usually write these decisions, and I didn't this year, and I want to thank Nicole Franceschini, who has taken this job over from me in this past year for preparing this. So thank you.
So if I don't hear any objections for approving the report is... So I'm in closing, and after a very, very long day, and I'm sorry, Weber, I'm actually going to read this. On behalf of the ICCROM General Assembly and the Council, we want to thank our Director General for leading ICCROM over the last 6 years. Before taking on his position, Weber Endoro's outstanding contribution to the field of cultural heritage conservation has already been recognized, and he received the ICCROM Award in 2015. As Director General of ICCROM, he focused on the numerous internal challenges and requests by the General Assembly to strengthen ICCROM and align it with current requirements for intergovernmental organizations. But most importantly, he led the ICCROM team through the difficult years of the pandemic and ensured that the ICCROM programs and activities continued to deliver their much-needed services and support to member states. Weber Endoro also ensured an enabling environment for collaborations with international organizations and with member states to secure a broader support, which has resulted in transforming the organization, making sure it continues to gain strength through generational changes, and guaranteeing a closer collaboration with conservation professionals across continents. As he reaches the end of his mandate, he can be proud to leave ICCROM as a strong organization, ready to continue delivering the good quality work for which it has always been known. Although he claims that he will now return to Zimbabwe to take care of his crops, we are certain that his commitment to transmitting his knowledge will see him returning to ICCROM activities in the future. Thank you very much, Weber Endoro.
Thank you so much for the kind words. I don't think I recognize myself in those words. As I said on the first day, a single lion cannot even kill a limping or wounded giraffe. And I mean it, you need a team. Let me thank you, President, for conducting this General Assembly. And I also want to thank all the member states present for making this a successful General Assembly, the vice chairs, and everybody else. I also thank the Bureau for, again, organizing this General Assembly. Over the past 6 years, I'm very grateful and thank the Council of ICCROM for entrusting me with the task of working at ICCROM. I also thank the Bureau for giving me guidance throughout the turbulent years. I'm sure Oliver Martin, John Robin, Patricia Kelly, you remember the turbulent years, but we survived. I also thank Florencia and Hanisen for giving me the guidance throughout the time. For me, on a day-to-day basis, I also had my special advisors who gave me advice, who had experience with ICCROM, particularly Gael, who I don't know anyone who is dedicated to ICCROM as Gael. He is always there to help ICCROM. My dear friend, Gamini, is not here. We always had turbulent academic discussions, but those discussions always led to some constructive arguments which we could be able to implement. I also want to thank Mana for being there for me. She taught me that wisdom doesn't always come from old men. She taught me that the future is female. And again, we saw it this morning. We shall have a good leader for ICCROM. I also want to thank my mentor, who's not here, and also my advisor, Dr. Stanley Nicholas Price. All the time I had problems, I went to him and he gave me guidelines. I'm also very grateful, it's not the last, but I'm also very grateful, as I've already said, to the ICCROM staff members for their hard work and putting all these important achievements which you can see every biennium. It's not me, it is them. I just come here to represent them. Otherwise, the work is done by them. They are committed members. Every one of them produces work and makes sure that ICCROM succeeds. Any shortcomings which you might see or have seen are my responsibility. It was my weaknesses. It was not the staff. They did their best. Of course, as a human being, I made mistakes. But I really will tell you some of my mistakes. Finally, I also want to thank some of our staff members who this year have retired. Where is the slide? First of all, my pillar of strength, Pillar House. She's a pillar. She was a pillar. And I'm sure most of you know Pillar. She made sure that work was done. I also want to thank Pascal. She also helped with the DG's office, and she was a pillar of strength as well. Isabel Debrisi also gave a lot of effort to ensure that the work of ICCROM, the programs and everything else, and she ended up working in communications, but everything succeeded. And of course, some of you know Zaki Aslan, who has decided to take early leave from ICCROM. He established the Sharjah office, and I'm very grateful that I was able to work with him for some time. The next slide. All the issues, the problems you have with me, please, please blame them on one person. If it wasn't for him, I would not be standing in front of you. I did not know ICCROM before I met this man. I met Joe, I think it was 1998 or 99 in Mombasa. And immediately after 2 days, he said to me, "Would you mind joining ICCROM?" And I said, "What is ICCROM?" At that time, my life was dedicated to academia, and I didn't see myself working in an organization like ICCROM. I must say that it took almost 2 years, Joe, to convince me. And in 2002, I joined ICCROM, and here I am with you. So blame him for any problems which I've brought to ICCROM. He is the culprit. But Joe has brought in many, many changes at ICCROM. For the past 30 years, he has been responsible for a number of programs and giving us leadership and ensuring that quality was maintained. He was involved in many courses, and he was the one who initiated the Africa 2009 course in Africa, which had tremendous success. Joe, asante sana. Thank you so much for bringing me here and also contributing to the development of ICCROM. Please join me in celebrating his life, dedication to ICCROM. Joe, we can have those 2 taskers after this. Lastly, I've already said that the future is female. I want to express my congratulations to the new Director General of ICCROM. I must say there are numerous challenges ahead with limited resources and increased demands for ICCROM's action. But I'm very confident that with the incredible team which you'll find at ICCROM, you will find solid ground and you will develop new areas and also be able to cover my mistakes so that ICCROM can continue on the right path and providing the member states with the service they truly deserve. If we don't meet again, this meeting was truly made. I thank you and wish ICCROM a successful journey. Thank you.
So I don't think I'm the only one with a tear in my eye, actually. So thank you, Director General, for your service to ICCROM and its member states. I now declare the 33rd session of General Assembly closed. The Dominican Republic.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I would like to also recognize so many years of service of the legal advisor, and he's been, I know he doesn't like to be hay que reconocer los.
We need to recognize so many years. We need to mention this.